Welcome. We'll stand. I'll have an invocation and pledge of allegiance. Bow in an attitude of prayer. Gracious Heavenly Father, thank you for the night of rest. Thank you for this opportunity to serve the citizens of Washington County. Thank you for this beautiful day. And Lord, as we have many items on our agenda, we just pray that you would direct us, guide us, give us wisdom, give us understanding, patience, and love for everyone and all the agenda ahead of us. Lord, we reach out this morning across our community as the warm weather is approaching and some of the shelters are closing. And Lord, we know the need is still there for housing and shelter and protection. Guide the leaders of this community as they deal with these challenges. Lead, guide, and direct us, I pray in thy name. Amen. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. With that, I'll call our April 9th meeting to order. And first on the agenda is approval of the minutes from March 26th. Excuse me. Need a motion and a second, gentlemen?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second to approve as submitted. All in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you. Commissioners' reports and comments. Commissioner Kiefer, would you like to go first?
Sure, I can go first. A couple of things here I'd like to mention. One, I'd like to mention the passing and, more importantly, the contributions of Jane Hershey to Washington County over the years. Mrs. Hershey passed away recently, and she served on our Historical Advisory Commission, I believe the Historic District Commission at one time, but I remember her best from the Historic Advisory Committee. She would call me Thursday or Friday of every week, the Monday before the meeting, to remind me of the meeting, and I wish I had more reminders like that in my life from time to time. But she was a tireless advocate for local history and preservation, and I also had the honor of presenting her with an award. I suppose it was back in 2018, give or take a year, with the preservation of her home outside of Williamsport. Rose Hill Manor, I believe it's called, a Jeffersonian era home it was called, and just a beautiful estate. So just would like to have her name reflected in our minutes for today. Also, one day last week, I had an opportunity to visit Bester Elementary School with Dr. Savine, our superintendent of schools, and Miss Wilson, the principal of the schools. I was invited to read a book. I said I would, but I'd like to bring my own book. Yertle the Turtle is what I read to elementary school students, and there's some important lessons in that book, I think, for anyone who might be interested in public service. I also read The Big Brag, which is also in this book. The students were astute in noticing that there were many pages left. So I read a couple stories from this book. But Yertle the Turtle, I think, provides some good lessons for youngsters and adults alike. And finally, as we were preparing for our Easter dinner, my wife was going through some boxes at my in-laws and for some special plates she wanted to use for Easter. And they were wrapped in some old newspapers. And I said, well, give me that newspaper a second. Let me take a look. It was the Morning Herald from Thursday, January 25th, 2007, back when we had 2 editions of the local newspaper every day, and a newspaper that covered local news. And there was just some headlines that I thought, well, I'd like to share with my fellow commissioners. You're mentioned in here, Mr. Barr. But on the front page, Morgan lobbies for more. Morgan, Dr. Betty Morgan, was a former superintendent of Washington County Public Schools. She was headed to Annapolis to fight for more local funding of schools. Let's see, there is an article where Commissioners Kercheval and Barr at the time traveled to Annapolis to talk about the Washington County's legislative agenda for the that session, and one of the items had to do with the excise tax and revamping the excise tax, and that's something that's been discussed recently, so it's interesting how that's been recycled. There is also an opinion column, I'm not sure who wrote it, maybe the editorial, talking about local projects need help to survive state budget process. And it talks about how many times the state of Maryland, how they balance their budget is pushing more back on local jurisdictions, local counties, taking money that was previously promised to local counties. We've had those discussions recently too, I believe. And there's a letter to the editor talking about the overdevelopment that is occurring within our county and concerns he has long-term for the future. And as I was just going through this, I couldn't help but to chuckle a little bit, but in seriousness, how some of these issues are still plaguing us today and things that we still talk about. So that was from January 25th, 2007, our local Herald Mail.
If I can interrupt, I think at the time, Mr. Wyville, Mr. Kirchville were seen carrying cherry pies through the courtyard up the State House steps.
Okay.
To deliver to the president, the speaker, and so forth to help promote that project.
Probably so. And you mentioned now Delegate, then Commissioner Wyville, he's mentioned in here as well, and Delegate Leroy Myers was mentioned as well, and I should mention both their names too. They had a role in local government for a long time. That's all I have.
Okay. Mr. Wagner, would you like to go next?
You switched up on me, John. Good morning. Good to see so many people in the gallery here, ready to probably express their input to things. I don't have a whole lot. I took a little bit of a break last week, but I did attend the Vietnam Veterans Day at the Walnut Street Monument. I tell you, if no one's visited that Vietnam Monument down on Walnut Street, it might be, it's a nice experience. I think one of the most beautiful monuments in Washington County. And that credit to Jim Pineklein and his wife Deb and all their volunteers that helped raise the money to build that monument. Well attended. It's always a nice ceremony. They do a couple a year. So if you see that advertised, you ought to try to stop down and see that. I think that's it for me today. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you, Commissioner. Harvey?
Thank you, President Barr. And I focused on Easter and other things, but did do a couple of things like visited the Sharpsburg Museum reception, and it's a nice small operation they have there. Jeff and John were both there. It's very good. If you haven't seen it, it's very interesting. I know today we're going to be talking about convenience stores and truck parking and truck stops, and I was, in preparing for this, I was trying to think through the challenges we have with Interstate 81 and the number of accidents we have there, the congestion, and the prospects do not look good at all for improving 81 at all over the next 10 or 15 years, in my view. And I was wondering about what's the impact of all the truck traffic? Because we have, 18 warehouses or so that, we have yet to see all the truck traffic merging, exiting, entering Interstate 81. And we have a number of truck stops and truck fueling opportunities on our exits for our 12.5 miles. So the question I have there is, how many more are we going to have in there? 3 or 4 more for sure, I guess. So we'll have, on Highway 81, probably 8 truck stops, which increases the exit and entering and merging problems. And I just wonder about how that's going to impact congestion and safety for our citizens here. And if we're considering that specific issue of safety at the interchanges, not just in looking at trafficability off-road closer to the sites. So I'm sort of curious about how that is all being factored into, our efforts to provide opportunities for national truck traffic coming through our area and the need for rest, and how much of a responsibility of that is actually on our 12.5 miles of county space of Highway 81 as compared to obligations north and south of us and farther south and maybe east and west of us. How much load-bearing can it take, and what's the risk to our citizens from a safety issue, given the congestion and concerns that we all have about that? I just don't have an answer. I'm just wondering about it, and maybe we'll get an answer from our staff today when they present about the convenience stores, truck parking, as well as the truck stops that are zoning issues that we're looking at today. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Klein?
Welcome, everybody. Just want to thank everybody for being here today. Welcome back, staff and everyone from the Easter holiday. I, too, did attend the Vietnam ceremony back on March 29th. It's Vietnam's Veterans Day nationally, so that was a very solemn event, but it was a joy to be there to see the veterans in a large turnout. On a solemn note, I want to bring up some dates and times. Wayne, we also, including Jane Hershey, we also lost Marie Bowers, other very important, prominent people who made an impact during their lives here in Washington County, so I want to make sure I recognized her as well. But on April 9, 2009, Washington County suffered a tragedy with accidents involving the death of Benjamin Berger, Ryan Maris, and Nick Edenhart. Boom, 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 all throughout the day we received notices and notification of those three being losing their lives in tragic accidents. So again, to their family and friends, they're still in our thoughts today. On another note, coming up on April 11th, and in 1935, 14 Williamsport students lost their life at the Rockville tragedy incident. They were returning from a trip from Washington, D.C., and a railroad crossing in Rockville. Almost the whole entire classroom lost their lives. And Debbie Carball Robson wrote a book called The Rockville Tragedy. She doesn't know I'm plugging her book, but you could go online, get the book, and read how a town named Williamsport came together and went from door to door, viewing the bodies in people's homes. And out of that rose the Memorial Library, which represents that. And at the time, I believe it was President Roosevelt initiated legislation for railroad crossings to be installed throughout our country. And maybe now on toward more of a happy note, I did attend the Andrew Serafini tribute at HCC. I want to personally thank him for his contributions and all the things he's done for Washington County, not just in his career as a delegate or senator, but in his personal life. It was an honor to be there. I also attended the Sharps Museum on Friday and Saturday night. If you have a chance and want to go see a little local history, Ed Biller has done a great job reestablishing that museum above. It's in their town hall building in the second floor. One of the notable items that he has there is a canteen, and it's been documented who wore it, what happened, but the canteen has a bullet hole in it, and with the shell still in there, the mini ball still inside there. So just think how that gentleman or soldier wearing that piece of equipment that day felt when his life was saved by his canteen. But there's a lot of history, local little folklore, so I strongly recommend you to go down and visit that. And then I also attended an Eagle ceremony for Stack Stanfield, fine young gentleman, well attended, another Eagle Scout. When we think we're not having leaders coming up in the future, you go to an Eagle Scout ceremony and you see some of our future leaders. Then on Saturday, I also attended the Boonsburg Community Garden Grand opening. 20 plus people were there, and they're opening up a garden for people not only just to grow nutritional type of vegetables, but to socialize and to mingle together, adding to the community spirit. I also attended the 34th Child Welfare Workshop. This month is National Child Abuse Prevention Month. It was, I can't tell you how nice it was to be in that audience and see 20 or 30 local agencies all working together there for a workshop and combine their efforts to make child abuse prevention possible in Washington County. So a special note of thanks to all of them. And then I want to end on another solemn note. Two of our employees, Randy Kretzer and former employee Rich Eichenberger, lost their moms over the past week or so. And I want to send our condolences and sympathies out to them for the passing of their family member. That concludes my report.
Thanks, Commissioner Klein. Yes, very busy past 2 weeks. Also, in recognition of Easter, just many issues in our community and loved ones that have passed, not only in the past year, but in particular the last few months. For my own family, I've lost 3 significant patriarchs in the family since Christmas, and made Easter especially important and very emotional. A number of items in our community, one of which I touched a little bit in my invocation this morning, the closure of, for the summer of REACH, also the unexpected closure of the Women and Children's Shelter at the Salvation Army. There's a number of meetings, there's a number of initiatives taking place. I think there's another emergency meeting tomorrow, community stakeholders to take a look at some of our needs for those that find themselves without shelter, without food, and we're making a great effort to combine sources and resources to cover much of this need in our community. Also, I did attend the tribute honoring former delegate and Senator Andrew Serafini. It was a tremendously wonderful fundraiser for the community college and for student achievement and the endowments there at the college. And it was, I don't know, 550 folks, and it was well attended and very honoring, very humbling ceremony. So thank you to Andrew Serafini for what all he's contributed to this community through political office, business office, and many of the things that he and his family give back on a regular basis to this community. On Saturday, once again, our local Maryland Symphony Orchestra, which we are not only very proud of, but this community needs to do everything it can to continue to uphold the Maryland Symphony Orchestra to stay based here at the beautiful Maryland Theater. I think it's our 42nd season. It is Maestro Elizabeth Schultz's 25th year, so she's on a milestone. And in conjunction with the symphony, the Sons of Serendip were part of the program Saturday night, and it was absolutely phenomenal. Several standing ovations at the end, and well attended, and just a fantastic venue for our community. You know, I've said it over and over. We are so blessed to have this Maryland Symphony Orchestra based here in Hagerstown. We are obviously not the largest municipality. We are not the state capital, and yet for 40 years, we are home to the Maryland Symphony Orchestra. So I think that's significant. With that, have we missed anything? We'll move on then to staff comments, and first up is Sheriff Albert. Good morning.
Good morning. Brian Albert, Sheriff of Washington County, and Carly Host, she's the Public Information Officer for the Sheriff's Office. And we wanted to use this opportunity to launch a Sheriff's app. Everyone has a smartphone probably in this room, and it's a way for us to communicate with the public and the citizens and allow them to also communicate back and submit tips to us. And we have a short video that we'll show, and then we'll answer any questions that you have.
The Washington County Sheriff's Office is excited to announce the release of our smartphone app. The app is designed to keep residents and families within Washington County, Maryland safe by providing the latest updates and information from the Washington County Sheriff's Office. Powered by the SheriffApp.com, the app greets users with a streamlined main menu to allow for seamless navigation of the app's many features. Some of those features include map, sex offenders, and submit a tip. The app also provides users with alerts and updates on emergencies or events that may impact their area. Scan the QR code or search for the Washington County Sheriff's Office in the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store to download this free app today.
We knew you had a full agenda, so we kept it brief. So one way, we did apply for grant funding through the state of Maryland that paid for partial this. It's a free app to users. It can be used for push notifications. We've been testing it on and off, so it is active and live in the App Store or the Google Android side. And I can answer any questions you have.
You know, I've used it, Brian and Carly, and it's very informative. It's easy to navigate, and it's free, correct? Yeah, it's free.
Yes, it's free.
And
It does push notifications right now. When I say push notifications, to explain that, just during the flooding events that we haven't linked to the National Weather Service, and it'll push those out. Hey, flooding possibly in the area. We had a homicide in Halfway a few weeks ago. We did a push out, hey, there's police activity in the area. It was immediately to the phones. You didn't have to, so it was informative. Now, granted, it was limited users that was receiving those notifications right now, but we hope to expand on it with the launch of this today.
Some other neat things about it too is it's linked with information in reference to the detention center. So anybody that's looking for information on how to put money on an inmate's account, things along those lines, can get on there and get that information from the app as well. So it doesn't just stick to the patrol division, it also incorporates the detention center as well.
Was there a way to quickly contact Sheriff's Office on there? I don't remember.
Yes, there's submit a tip. It's not quickly. Obviously, if it's an emergency, call 911.
Right.
But, suspicious activity in a neighborhood or any tip that you want to submit, you can see on the screen, it's right there below our logo in the cruisers. Submit a tip. It's relatively easy to do.
And some other neat things about it is as we go through and we utilize this app, if we want to change something or make additions to it or say, hey, like this one feature is not really working for us, or we want to add an additional feature, we can do that. So it's very much a living being, so we can go through and change things and create things to work for our community and the sheriff's office. So we aren't just set with how it is right now. We can go through and change things and adjust to make sure that it really is meeting the needs of the community and our ability to communicate with them.
That's all we have.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Dawn, before I move forward, I did overlook upcoming events. We have 3: Reading Tour Apprenticeship Celebration, South Hagerstown High School, tomorrow at 6 p.m. Also, the grand opening of KS Bakeries LLC, Sharpsburg Pike. That is Thursday, April the 11th at 1 p.m. And opening day of Washington County Girls Softball is at Kemps Mill Park on this Saturday, the 13th at 10 a.m. So wanted to also put those upcoming events out there on the agenda. Dawn?
Okay, good morning, Commissioners. On behalf of the Washington County Diversity and Inclusion Committee, I am requesting a motion to appoint Alenia Washington to serve a first full 3-year term from April 1st of 2024 through March 31st of 2027. This is not a paid board.
Motion to approve.
Motion and second to approve as submitted. All in favor by saying aye.
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 Aye. Thank you.
And on behalf of the Board of Zoning and Appeals, I am requesting a motion to appoint Brent Fite to serve a first full 3-year term from April 1st of 2024 through March 31st of 2027. This is a paid board.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Motion and second to approve as submitted. All in favor by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign, 5-0. Thank you.
All I have.
Was there items 1 and 2 on here? Or not? Okay.
Good morning. I'd like to thank our Highway Supervisor Doug Levine and our highway staff for their dedication. During the recent heavy rains that we experienced, they made sure that flooded roads were blocked off and everybody was safe. I'd also like to thank our Public Relations Department for the good work that they do on producing those informational videos that you see on our website, safety tips, and employee highlights. They're doing an incredible job. I was present at the airport when our airport staff, Division of Emergency Services, deputies, and other law enforcement partners ensured that the area was secure when Air Force One landed at HGR for the President and his White House staff with their Camp David travel plans for the holiday weekend. The Radio Control Board met last week regarding the status of P25 radio rollout. All 1,005 radios have been received. County staff has been working on programming them over the last few months. County DES employees are assisting with testing and programming those options on those new radios. We do expect to roll out the first wave this spring, and we will start with our Sheriff's Department since that is the smallest subset of users. That rollout will help to work out any programming bugs or kinks. It will help with training and setup issues. And we do expect to roll out those radios to our DES staff, fire, and EMS for our volunteers this summer in smaller subsets of 1 or 2 stations at a time. Older radios will be decommissioned and county-owned assets will be collected. I have one change to the agenda, the last item on the agenda, which is regarding 4-410 petition for referendum. We'd like to pull that off this particular meeting to get additional advice from our legal counsel. We will bring that back in a couple of weeks on a later agenda. The Washington County Career Expo will also be held in the afternoon of April the 17th at HCC's ARCC. I would encourage everyone to attend that event. The county is also holding a multi-agency search and rescue exercise on April the 18th, starting at the Othello Regional Park in Brunswick. That exercise will help simulate flooding and provide much-needed training for emergency services and our law enforcement staff. Our next meeting is April the 16th, which is next week. And we will hold an evening meeting on April the 23rd with the town of Smithsburg. That's everything that I have.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Any other staff comments? Hearing none, next up is the citizen. Oh, I'm sorry.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kelsey Mace, Chief Financial Officer. Our financial advisors have identified a refunding opportunity for our 2013 and 2014 public improvement bonds. Based on current market conditions, it's estimated that we could realize approximately $571,000 or 4% present value savings in debt service. So today I'm just letting you know that we have this refunding opportunity, and I'm looking for consensus to move forward in pursuing the refunding as we start to prepare for the bond sale.
Does it change the length of the bond?
So we would essentially pay off the old debt service and pay new debt service.
Okay.
So the new bonds would have a 20-year term, but the old bonds would be completely paid.
And when would they be paid off if we just let it run out?
10 years. We still have 10 years left on these ones.
But it would say 500 and...
Presently, yes. If market conditions could continue to change and they are not favorable, we can pull the refunding up to the day before the sale.
Is there a significant increase in interest rate on those bonds?
It hasn't, so from when they first identified it in March to when I had new calculations done last week, it hadn't changed a lot, but it is definitely something they're monitoring.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Motion is second? Is that
Just a consensus.
Yeah, I just need a consensus, and
Okay.
then it'll be part of the resolution that's brought forward later in April. The second thing I wanted to mention is that we want to make the public aware of an important change to our budget hearing. The FY25 annual budget hearing will now be held on May 14th at 6 p.m. at the Public Safety Training Center on Sharpsburg Pike. So this will allow for a week earlier for our hearing and allow the budget to be tentatively adopted on May 21st instead of waiting till June 11th. Public hearings for water and sewer rates as well as airport-related fees will still be held on May 7th during the regular board meeting.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Kelsey. Yes. Before we move into citizen participation, I know we have 3 major public hearings immediately following citizens participation. So if you're here to give comments on a public hearing of any of the 3 on today's agenda, please wait until the public comment portion of that scheduled public hearing is called. That way it's on the record and it's all part of the public hearing docket, if you will. So with that said, I'd like to open it up to citizens participation. Any other folks that want to make comment this morning? Morning, Dave.
Dave Williams, 11 West Water Street in Smithsburg. Thank you for the public discussion about taxes you had at your last meeting. I imagine some of you think continuing to talk about the local personal income tax rate is beating a dead horse. With apologies to the horse, here are 3 minutes worth of my takeaways from your discussion. During your discussion, you did seem to recognize the county needs an enhancement of revenue. You mentioned needs for the capital program, more money for EMS, water issues, energy efficiency mandates, a detention center, school buildings, the pension plan, environmental mandates, road maintenance. And that's not a comprehensive list, only what I heard mentioned throughout your discussion. I think you failed to mention education needs and the needs of the growing senior population, among others. During your discussion, I heard no ideas on how to raise the funds to address those needs. During your discussion, I heard that some of you dislike the disparity grant because it's volatile and might go away someday. It seems you're willing to forgo state funds today because you might not get them tomorrow. Some of you dislike the disparity grant because it can't be relied on for ongoing expenses. The answer to that is simple. Don't use it for ongoing expenses. Use it to make contributions to things like the capital program or pension benefits or conservation easements. I didn't hear any mention of exactly how much disparity grant funding the county has missed out on due to the income tax rate being lowered. According to the Herald Mail, the county administrator said it may have been nearly $30 million lost. I didn't hear any facts about how much income tax revenue the county has missed out on since the rate was lowered. Those are the funds you rely on for ongoing expenses. During your discussion, I heard concern about job creators moving out of the county if the tax rate was restored to 3.2%. Well, you did raise the rate a few years ago. Is there any evidence that folks fled the county? I heard lots of realtor talk about how now is a good time to sell, like that proves your point. If now is a good time to sell, doesn't that mean someone of comparable income is buying those houses and moving in? During your discussion, I heard concerns about the impact a 3.2% rate would have on low-income earners. Yet, when a tiered or progressive rate was mentioned as a possibility to address that concern, some of you were even more adamant about protecting the well-to-do residents of the county from having to pay a little more. I didn't hear any facts about how much or how little restoring the tax rate to 3.2% would really have on county residents across the entire spectrum of net taxable income. Facts like how many county residents pay little to no income tax and would therefore be impacted very little or not at all in their pocketbook. The major impact would be the improved county services we'd all receive. Please continue the discussion. Bring more facts into the discussion and less political ideology. Please face the fact that Washington County has many unmet needs, not wishes, needs that require money to address, needs that won't go away by ignoring them. Face the fact that you are the elected officials responsible for doing what needs to be done to meet those needs.
Okay. Other citizens' participation? Okay, hearing none, we'll move right along into first item, public hearing is animal control ordinance proposed revisions. We'll present it. You want me to read
if you want to go ahead and read your statement.
As stated, the next on the agenda is public hearing concerning proposed revisions to the Washington County, Maryland Animal Control Ordinance. The purpose of this hearing is to hear public testimony concerning the matter. The procedure is as follows. We will first have staff introduce the matter, after which the hearing will be open for public comment and testimony. Each speaker will be given a maximum of 3 minutes to testify. After everyone who wishes to speak has done so, the hearing will close. The commissioners may, and I'll say the commissioners may then discuss the issue and reach a consensus to approve or deny the proposed updates and revisions. At this time, I'd like to ask the county attorney, Zachary Kiefer, would you please introduce the matter?
Thank you, Commissioner Barr. Zachary Kiefer, County Attorney. Also present this morning to help me introduce the proposed ordinance changes is Colin Berry, Executive Director of the Humane Society of Washington County. Colin and the Humane Society approached the County Attorney's Office a number of months ago to discuss some additional desired changes and revisions to the Animal Control Ordinance. After back and forth discussions with Colin, confirmation that local government article section 13-132, which sets forth what may be included in a county's animal control ordinance, permitted these changes. We went ahead and drafted the proposed changes that are before you for review and consideration. I will just point that the main substantive change, there's sort of a lot of kind of cleanup, editing, stylistic things, but the main substantive change is section 49, a section titled Rabies Management of Cat Population Additional Acts, which deals with the trap, neuter, return process that the county wishes to codify with these changes. Everything else is sort of, like I said, sort of definitional and kind of cleaning up, making some cosmetic changes, I guess, as they were. But otherwise, I'll turn it over to Colin for putting a little bit more of a finer point on the substantive changes.
All right.
Colin.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I want to thank you for the opportunity to collaborate on this. There really has been a significant amount of back and forth and discussion on what's best for the community and the county and the animals in general. A portion of what you're considering today is driven by an effort to align our Washington County Animal Control Ordinance with Maryland State Code. So for example, the current ordinance refers to adequate water and shelter, but it does not define what is adequate. The proposed revision corrects the concern. The revision also reduces the stray hold for dogs from 5 days to 3 days, aligning the ordinance with the Maryland Code. As you may recall from previous commissioner meetings, we discussed ways to move animals through the system more efficiently to reduce cost. Reducing the stray hold period is one of the ways to accomplish that, and the shelter data shows the proposed reduction will have an insignificant impact on reclaims. Last year, the Humane Society cared for 526 stray dogs. Of those, 221 were returned to their owners, and 305 were never claimed. Of the 221 returned to the owner, 89% were reclaimed by day 3. An additional 4% were reclaimed on days 4 and 5. And in most cases, the dog would still be at the shelter even a few days beyond this, but by reducing the stray hold to meet state standards, animals can be added to the spay-neuter surgery schedule sooner and move more efficiently towards the adoption floor. The revisions also close a public safety gap by requiring that the owner of vicious and dangerous dogs register their dog's microchip with the agency, or in this case, the shelter, within 7 days of being deemed. In addition, it allows the shelter to implant a microchip into an impounded stray dog who is deemed vicious and dangerous before an owner is identified. These measures will help expedite identification and promote public safety should a VD dog be later impounded for a subsequent incident. Finally, trap, neuter, return and associated terms are defined in the proposed revisions, and the management of community cats has been added under the article on rabies control. Since 2019,
HSWC's trap, neuter, return programs have sterilized and vaccinated nearly 4,000 community cats against the fatal rabies virus. Adding the proposed language addresses a loophole in public health and safety by officially permitting the most humane and effective management tool for community cats, and this includes sterilizing, vaccinating for rabies, ear tipping the cats for quick reference. The revisions also establish basic protection for community cat caretakers who employ trap, neuter, return methods to control the unwanted population of cats and the spread of rabies. The proposed language throughout the ordinance is based on that used in other cities and counties throughout Maryland and other communities across the country. As the agency contracted to enforce the Washington County Animal Control Ordinance, the Humane Society respectfully asks for your full support of the revisions as they have been presented today.
Any other comments?
I think we open up to public comment next.
Yeah, at this time, I'd like to open it up to, for public comments. Anyone wishing to address? Yes.
I think Colin can step down, can't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, good morning. I'm Mark Perman. I serve as the rabbi for Congregation Ben Abraham in Hagerstown. Also the vice president of HARC, the Hagerstown Area Religious Council. I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak. Did I say something wrong? Okay. 3 minutes. See you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's annoying.
In addition to my chores as a rabbi, interfaith leader, husband, and cat dog owner, I also participate in feeding the community cats over at Love's in Morgansville every couple of nights. I believe I played a constructive role in facilitating dialogue between the manager at Love's with Beverly at the Humane Society, I believe works with Colin, and 2 long-term cat caregivers at the location. Through back and forth discussions that I tried to help to facilitate, it was decided that since people were creating a nuisance situation by feeding the cats in front of the store, that an area would be created for them further back in a field on a property belonging to a certain gentleman who was apparently giving permission for that, where the kitties would be fed by the caregivers, have some shelter from the cold, be part of the important TNR program, and the public, along with the employees of the store, would be dissuaded from feeding them anywhere, including, of course, on the grounds of the store. So far, it seems to be working, and the larger lesson I draw from this experience is that it is possible for the Humane Society, property and business owners, managers, and those who love and care for cats to work together to do its best for all concerned, for humans and animals. The proposed revisions of the Washington County Animal Control Ordinance are important because they adjust the language of the ordinance in order to more specifically apply to what the needs and concerns are vis-a-vis, once again, both the community and the animals, rather than what has been previously understood through misperceptions. For example, the term community cat is too broad and needs to be precisely defined. From my understanding, the community cat caretakers I've met have been for years using their own money to provide food and care for these cats, which includes paying for TNR procedures as well as we know as trap, neuter, release, as well as vaccination for rabies. This, of course, over the years has kept the cat population down to manageable levels. These cat caregivers deserve to be treated with respect, not have to face penalties for taking the cats to trap and neuter in return, and then face penalties or complaints from those who don't want the cats put back there in order to protect the cats in the community. I would also ask finally that the revisions be passed, which includes exempting these neighborhood cats from the provisions concerning public nuisance animals. These cats are anything but. These colonies were here long before we were, and they did not ask to be born into the situation they find themselves in. Let us be compassionate, reasonable, and attuned to the needs of our community as well as to the animals. We are all God's creatures, and let us continue to find ways in which we can live together peacefully. Thank you for your concern and attention to these important matters.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to? Good morning.
Hello. Most of you know, but for the record, my name is Crystal Mowry, and I worked diligently along with Colin Berry for 6 years on getting these much-needed changes to the ordinance. I cannot stress the importance of each and every item on the agenda for consideration for change. I'm not going to go down through the list of all of them because the main concern, they're all concerns, I'm sorry. The biggest concern is, of course, with the community cat issue. The answer is not bringing in cats from this county by the masses and euthanizing them. Research and facts show that is not the answer. The answer is spaying, neutering, providing much-needed rabies vaccinations that this community needs because there is rabies out there. We see it all the time. And that in itself will reduce the population. Shelters across the country have already caught on to this, and the research and the data shows it is effective. It is not only effective, it is humane. The commissioners voted to hold this contract with the Humane Society of Washington County. The word humane has always been in there. We want to do what's best. We ask that you do what's best for the cats and the community at large. We need to protect the community from rabies, and this is a proven and effective way to do that and to reduce the population. And the citizens out there should not be held responsible, or the officers of the Humane Society should not be forced to write a citation to people and fine them for trying to do the right thing. So I respectfully ask that you not only take all these changes into consideration, that you all vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other participation? Yes, ma'am. Yes, absolutely, please. We will need your name and address for the record.
My name is Christina Negretti, and my address is 20229 Kelly's Lane, here in Hagerstown, Maryland.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm a resident of Washington County since 1981 and a retired clinical social worker. I've been a pet parent to many dogs and cats. I care deeply about the welfare of all animals. They are sentient, intelligent creatures capable of experiencing contentment, fear, and pain. We have a responsibility for their care and well-being. I'm a shelter volunteer. I've seen the complexity of running an animal shelter. It's overwhelming. I've seen the work and dedication of staff, including animal control, as they care for all animals brought to the shelter. I fully support the revisions concerning the care, sheltering, and welfare of dogs. My position with TNR is a little bit more complex. I sometimes have had conflicted feelings. I research the different positions because I believe it's important to thoroughly understand all sides of an issue. I believe TNR does help reduce pet overpopulation. In the past year, I requested TNR for 10 adult cats and 6 kittens in 3 situations where I was asked for help. The adults were returned. The shelter found homes for the kittens who were young enough to be socialized. TNR no doubt prevented more kittens, cats, and suffering. The situations happened because well-meaning, compassionate people were feeding strays. They did not know about TNR, or they could not access the service. They were elderly folks. Based on some of my research and experience, I sometimes worry if TNR does address the quality of life for some of the cats returned. TNR may be suitable or is suitable when cats are carefully assessed and returned to a safe place where they have caregivers who provide adequate food and water, and if and when possible, adequate shelter and veterinary care. It's about the quality of life for these cats. I do support the TNR ordinances, and I ask that you do so. Please stay informed and involved and support the shelter. These folks are real heroes. Animals are important to people and to families too. Community cats are just as deserving of reasonably provided basic care. I recently suggested that the Humane Society create a coalition of community cat caretakers where there are opportunities for communication, coordination, education, and support. If a community wants TNR as a humane alternative to euthanasia for these cats, and I support that, then please support the creation of a system like this. Foster community commitment. Have transparency, ongoing evaluation, problem solving between people trying to help these cats, and accountability for the welfare of the community, and especially for these cats, because they deserve it. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Desiree Telesco. I reside at 159 Brynwood Street in Hagerstown, Maryland. I take care of a colony of cats, which is located off of the dual highway where the McDonald's and Martin's is. I've been there for 8 years, taking care of the cats. I take care of over 50 cats. I have TNR'd probably over 30. The problem, what happens is, for me to get a citation for the ignorance of people that dump cats is wrong for us. I give them shelter, I give them food, I take care of them every winter, every summer. I've had permission from store owners, I've had permission from carters for me to put feeding stations and proper shelter for them. For us to get a citation on the care of an animal is wrong. I don't think that we deserve that for us putting out the amount of money that I have spent TNRing. Thank God for the Humane Society, because if it wasn't for them, I don't even know how many cats would be there. It's a lot. It's a lot to take care of. And to have them come over and give a citation on top of that with all that we do is wrong. I think education needs to be put out more to people that have animals and to teach them about getting their cats spayed and neutered. There's multiple people that are out on social media giving out free kittens that are not spayed and neutered, and what ends up happening is they show up at my colony dumped. I probably picked up in the last year, over 20 cats that have been dumped at my colony. I do work with them, I do get them rehomed. Some of them are feral and some of them are not feral. I do my best, I do everything I can, but for us to be fined on top of what we're already putting out is wrong. I think people need to be educated more on the care of animals because we are their voice. They can't tell you what they have going on. We are there for them. It's the human that is wrong. It's not the animal that is wrong. So we need to take responsibility for them, but to be getting a citation is just not right for the amount of cats that I take care of. It's a lot. So that's
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for letting me speak. I want to reduce the community cat population in our neighborhood.
Name and address, please.
Oh,
for the
I'm
record.
sorry, Mr. Barr. My name is Mary Ann Kaiser, 13027 Hawkins Circle, Hagerstown.
Thank you, Mary.
I want to reduce the community cat population in our neighborhoods. The life of a community cat is miserable at best. Death is usually horrific. Consequently, I want to reduce the colonies, if possible, eliminate it through methods that are proven throughout the nation as cost-efficient, effective, government-supported, and humane. Many communities have done this. The method used is that studied and recommended nationwide by the United States Humane Society and other animal rights agencies. The method is trap, neuter, and return. You are aware of trap, neuter, and return. Some of you have been out to the Humane Society to see the process and how it works. The TNR process is usually run by volunteers at their own expense that see a community problem and take it upon themselves to help solve the problem. Personally, I have TNR'd through the Washington County Humane Society 11 ferals. The first year I was doing it. One was in such poor condition it had to be put down. The first year I did 7 or 8. The second year I did 4. I've only seen 1 new free-roaming cat so far this year. TNR works. I'm not sure that a free-roaming cat already TNR'd or a pet, if you trap it, I'm not sure that a free-roaming cat is a TNR'd cat or a pet of a nearby owner. TNR helps identify that, and the Humane Society works with that. Some of us have received donations from other residents in the area to help process the form of cash, equipment, and/or food. I personally have received equipment and food from 4 other residents in the area. Other residents identify that it works. Some have plans to trap and remove community cats and fine those in an HOA or cite those as other residents. It's not effective, nor is it based in sound research. Removing an un-TNR'd community cat only leaves the territory open for other free-roaming cats that are not TNR'd or vaccinated to come in. It merely perpetuates a continuous problem. Releasing neutered, vaccinated community cats back to the colony prevents another explosion of unvaccinated, neutered, free-roaming cats to breed, grow, and perpetuate the problem. It's been proven that this works. Dumping the cat on an already full Humane Society may prevent them from taking in a cat or other animal that could be adopted. It's a strain on their already strained finances, our taxes. There's also the cost of finances of hiring wildlife companies to come in. Our HOA is currently considering preventing us from feeding feral community cats. We could be fined for helping to reduce the population. There are cost-effective and efficient ways of deterring community cats and other animals. I have invested in inexpensive exercise pens around my patio, $40 a piece. It doesn't only just keep the community cats, squirrels, skunks, and possums away, it deters humans from approaching our area, and we've had some situations in our area, in our community, where people have had unwanted snoopers. Other methods are motion-sensitive ultrasonic sound, water spray devices, and less expensive methods of placing scents around patios. The cats don't like lemon, and I think rue is another one. TNR works. It's supported by multiple humane entities, municipalities, and government. It's been proven effective. Thank you for your support to it. The requests of the Humane Society for minor changes are minimal. They support the volunteers that use their own time and expenses to solve a community problem. I urge you to support it and pass it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary. Any other public comments? Going once.
I just wanted to point out that we did receive 3 emails or letters of support for making the proposed changes from residents over the last couple of days.
Okay, thank you. That'll be forwarded for the record then also. Okay, does the commissioners have any questions or comments at this point?
Nah, maybe one quick one for Colin. You can come up. First of all, I want to say, I would support this from what I've heard and what I know. I was on the animal control, as you know, for several years. And I tell you, in my walk of life in real estate, there's zillions of cats that are running loose. And the whole way across the spectrum, I have to give kudos to the Humane Society for always taking care. And this trap and release, I've come across people who trap and kill. If I could prove it, it would be, it'd be bad for them if I could do anything about it. But with that being said, I also like the way you're striving not to be a totally free, no-kill shelter. I think you're preserving everything you possibly can preserve. So I'd like to address one question that I think Desiree had. The definition of a community cat caretaker. Why would, if Desiree's a community, I think that's the right name, Desiree. If she's a community cat caretaker, why would she be getting cited? The definition I'm seeing, she shouldn't get cited for taking care of it.
She wouldn't. That's why we have introduced this definition, because currently by the ordinance, if you feed on a property for 30, if you're feeding for 30 days or more, you're defined as an owner of the animal.
Right, exactly.
So currently caretakers can be seen or misconstrued as an owner of a feral or community cat. So by putting into place community cat caretaker, that just defines that these individuals may provide food, but they're trapping, sterilizing, vaccinated for rabies, ear
Okay, so
tipping.
then the caretakers basically are not classified ever
Correct.
as an owner.
Correct.
So, okay, I was worried about that. So I think that's it. I think it's a good job. We were trying to write these 7 years ago, as I think Crystal said, and they finally got done. I think they all make a lot of sense, especially the chipping of vicious and dangerous, because vicious and dangerous is a huge problem. They're the problem childs. And I just heard on the news this morning, I might be wrong, I think it's Anne Arundel County, quit taking animals. They're full. We don't want that to happen. They can't take any animals, so now they're trying to figure out a way to get them adopted quicker because they can't take any more, and we don't want that to happen. So, thank you.
Thank you.
A question I have, Colin, and I support what's being proposed here. You mentioned how the hold for stray dogs lessened from 5 to 3 days, and that's more along the lines of state standards, and maybe 2 days sooner a dog could be adopted and less cost on the Humane Society. Anything in this proposal, do you anticipate increasing your budgetary needs, or that might cost
No, not at
more?
all, not at all.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, no other comments? Hearing none, then the public hearing is now concluded. And Commissioners, whether you want to deliberate today or postpone to a later date, it's your call.
I think we deliberate today.
I'm fine.
A motion to adopt the ordinances.
Second.
Motion is second. Ready to vote? All in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next item is public hearing. This is a public hearing concerning the application for zoning text amendment RZ-23-001. The purpose of this hearing is to hear public testimony concerning the proposed text amendment. The procedure is as follows. We will first have staff introduce the matter, after which the hearing will be open for public comment and testimony. Public comment and testimony is limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Would anyone who wishes or will testify today please stand for the oath?
When we get here. I'm going to bring it up.
Do you hereby solemnly swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God?
Okay. Ms. Jill Baker, the Planning and Zoning Director, will now introduce the matter.
Thank you, Commissioner Barr. Jill Baker, Director of the Department of Planning and Zoning. As stated, we are here today to take public comment on proposed text amendments to the Washington County zoning ordinance. These amendments are related to the use of convenience stores within the county. Currently, the ordinance has a definition of convenience stores, but doesn't explicitly list them as a use in the zoning districts except for the rural business district. This amendment seeks to clarify the definition of a convenience store, address the parking of tractor trailers at these locations, and explicitly define where these uses are permitted within our urban areas. Within the agenda packet is the staff report that includes the proposed amendments by the Planning Commission that are shown in red. Also included within the staff report are potential changes to the language based on public comments received as part of this public participation process. Those are shown in blue. All of these amendments are associated with 3 issues related to the use of convenience stores. First, the amendment addresses the issue of where these types of uses shall be permitted within the urban area zoning districts. Proposed in this case are amendments to explicitly permit these uses in the business local and business general districts. This will subsequently allow these uses to be permitted in the highway interchange district due to cross-references made in the ordinance that allow uses in the business local and business general districts to also be permitted within the highway interchange districts. Second, the amendment addresses the allowance of tractor-trailer parking at convenience store locations. There are currently no limitations or language within the ordinance that is associated with this issue. A limit to the number of spaces was proposed by the Planning Commission at a rate of 3.5 spaces per 500 square feet of gross leasable area of a convenience store. Based upon the testimony taken at the Board of County Commissioners public hearing, language was added to clarify that truck parking in the BL, BG, and rural business districts should be limited to a maximum of 10 parking spaces. To ensure that truck parking would be as least invasive as possible, language is proposed to be added that prohibits overnight parking and requires screening adjacent to residential and human health care facilities. It should be noted that some existing convenience stores currently include truck parking at their facilities. These changes may very well affect a handful of those existing properties and potentially make them non-conforming uses. However, they will be permitted to continue these operations without additional regulation at this time. Expansion of those facilities would require a public hearing and approval from the Board of Zoning Appeals. Lastly, the amendment addresses the definition of a convenience store. All of the amendments proposed seek to clarify further the types of uses associated with convenience stores. The amendments also seek to remove the limitation of gross floor area, including the provision that fuel canopies should be included in the gross floor area. The amendments proposed by the Planning Commission sought to further clarify the definition by adding language regarding fueling options and inclusion of restaurants. Based upon public testimony, a new definition is proposed to expand upon the Planning Commission's recommendation. The change includes more explicit language on the types of uses that can be associated with a convenience store, as well as language to help differentiate convenience store uses from those associated with a truck stop. To ensure that convenience stores do not grow to a size that is incompatible with adjacent properties, a provision limiting the number of fueling stations in the business local, business general, and rural business districts has been included within this definition. The limit is 3 fueling stations. As a result of the public comment process, there's a quick overview here of the progress of the amendment. The amendment was first introduced to the public in early 2023 at a Planning Commission public input meeting. Amendments were recommended to the Board of County Commissioners, and a public hearing was held on September 2023. The case was then remanded back to the Planning Commission, who reviewed the questions and concerns brought up as part of the public hearing. While the Planning Commission has not recommended any changes, some enhanced language has been proposed to help address the concerns brought up at the public hearing held in September of 2023. Those changes, along with the amendments proposed by the Planning Commission, have been advertised and are subject to the discussion and further testimony of the public. Since the first introduction of the amendments, the public comment period has remained open. Over this time, several hundred emails and form letters have been submitted to the county commissioners and planning commission. The majority of these letters are duplicative since there have been 3 meetings to collect public comment. Many of these letters are also form letters that have been signed not only by county citizens, but people who reside outside the county and/or outside the state of Maryland. There were several pieces of correspondence that specifically call out the allowance of a proposed truck stop at the intersection of Lappins Road and Spielman Road. It should be understood at this time that these text amendments would be applied equally across the county and are not specifically related to this project. That is all I have for now.
Okay. With that, we will now open the hearing for public comment. Anyone wishing to testify, and I know there's a number of folks here this morning, so I think we'll start out by row, first row.
Hello, I'm Joe Lane at 12030 Hippen Hill Road in Smithsburg, Maryland. Let's see. Well, I'm here today because I really wouldn't want to be here. I had to take a personal day to do this. Last time I did that was for my birthday. I don't take this lightly, and I know most of you for a while, and it's safe to say we ideologically on land use don't always agree. But you guys got elected, so you get to make your decisions. This case is different than that. This has been going on since I've been aware of politics in the county, this truck stop in Williamsport. The rules are in place. We want to preserve the agricultural heritage. If you come out and turn left when you get to Williamsport, it's like going back to 1850, almost immediately. It's beautiful. That's how that was designed, to have the border. And so we don't want to have this encroachment. But Mr. Bowman has a property and a right to keep trying to pursue his view of what needs to happen with that property, and he's been pursuing it for years and years and years. And it's gone to court, and the citizens have won repeatedly, over and over and again. For decades, this thing's gone to court, and they've won. They're spending their savings. Now I know some of these people pretty well. They're like spending their retirement savings to stop this mistake of use. And I'm watching what looks like to me is a wealthy man grinding down these citizens with lawsuit after lawsuit. And when that doesn't work, he comes to you guys and say, well, I didn't win by those old rules. Can we please change the rules so I can win? That's what I see happening here. And honestly, over the years, I feel like everything that you guys have done that I disagree with has been an ideological disagreement. And I can accept that because that's how things work. But this isn't that. This keeps coming back because one person who's got a lot of power and money wants to make the rules change so that his piece can go in. And as Jill said, then everybody's piece in the county goes in. We can have truck stops everywhere. I don't think you have people clamoring and calling you up saying, you know, we got a problem here in Washington County. We don't have enough truck stops. There's no place. There's some people in the industry who see it that way. There's plenty of macadam all over this county. The shopping mall parks trucks, right? Now they're doing that. There's other places to park trucks. We don't need to have every Quickie Mart in Washington County become a truck stop or a truck parking lot for a small number of trucks or a larger number of trucks so that Mr. Bowman can get his way. That's what I feel like is happening here, and I hope you guys will vote and say, this is done. Mr. Bowman, sorry, you lost. Just do other stuff. He's got lots of great things going on. He doesn't need this, and I just feel like this is wrong. So that's my piece. It's about right or wrong in this case.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. Anyone else in the front row?
Good morning, Jason Divelbus, 11125 Bemis Durford Road in Greencastle. I'm here on behalf of the Fulton family, who are the owners and operators of several AC&T convenience stores in Washington County, and one travel center that would probably be referred to as a truck stop. In general, and I have been sworn, for the record. In general, I'd like to go on record supporting the proposed text amendments. These changes are needed not to facilitate more truck stops or even more convenience stores. They're not here to facilitate more truck parking. But these amendments are needed to confirm the difference between a truck stop and a convenience store, which has been a problem in the zoning ordinance for years, which has contributed in large part to what Mr. Lane just described, the ongoing battle over one particular project. These amendments provide that clarification. These amendments also actually limit the amount of trucks that can be parked at convenience stores, a limit which does not currently exist. So in general, I'm in favor, and my client is in favor of the amendments. However, would offer some slight suggested revisions to it that help accomplish those purposes that I just described. And if I may, I'll provide you copies. And what I've done, I've taken the text of the proposed amendment and just for easy reference shown the suggested comments as redlined edits. And then underneath in blue, provided an explanation. Provided sort of an explanation as to where the motivation for those comments is coming from. I'll just walk through those real quick in the 63 seconds that I have remaining. Starting on page 1, I don't think anything with regard to Article 7, 8, 9, 10 needs to be changed at all. Leave in there the language about no truck parking along the roads in there, even though it may be redundant and never hurts to have it in there. I would agree with adding the convenience store use specifically to the BL and the BG districts. With regard to the Article 22, the off-street parking sections, there's a few edits there. However, one you may not expect is that we'd be in favor of actually reducing the amount of truck parking that's permitted at a convenience store from 3.5 per 500 to 3.5 per 1,000. Because as Jill points out in her staff report, the size of these stores is growing. And the number of truck parking spaces doesn't necessarily have to grow proportionate with it. And a ratio of 3.5 to 1,000 in most cases would be appropriate. Sorry, I didn't make it. I'll move quick. However, in place of the I would offer the 3.5 per 1,000 as an alternative to the next sentence, which eliminates any truck parking in the BL, BG, or RB districts over 10. If we have the new ratio, that should take care of limiting the truck parking appropriately. With regard to the comment or suggestion about having an independent internal circulation for any amount of truck parking, it doesn't seem necessary if you only have 1 or 2 spaces. So I would suggest having a threshold of 10 spaces before any separate internal circulation is required, because that seems like an appropriate threshold where it becomes a safety need. With regard to the definition of convenience store, very minor suggested edits would be including the reference to fresh or made-to-order food, which is a common element in convenience store products. I would remove the language that says that the diesel has to be auto diesel, because what that would do, it would unintentionally eliminate the opportunity for the stores to sell the dyed off-road diesel, which is common to be sold to farmers for their agricultural vehicles. Including the term auto, I think would unintentionally eliminate that. Rather than use the presence of high-flow diesel pumps to sort of distinguish the diesel fueling characteristic of these uses, I would suggest using instead, if a store is going to provide a separate diesel island and the separate diesel fueling stations, whether they be regular or high-flow pumps, that's where you need to be careful about how many are being offered. So use the term separate instead of high flow. And because these pumps tend to be the dual-sided, instead of having the odd number of 3, I would suggest that the limit be 4. Okay, with regard to truck stop, this is a little bit different, and I've offered something that's completely different than what staff has proposed. And in essence, it would be saying, look, a truck stop in essence is selling and doing a lot of the same things as a convenience store. But if a convenience store exceeds certain criteria, if it exceeds certain elements, if it's over a certain size, if it provides more than 6 fueling stations, if it provides more than the limit of parking, if it provides a service for trucks, if it provides these other things, and it triggers 3 or more of those criteria, then you tip from being a convenience store to being a truck stop. That objective criteria is what's currently missing in the ordinance, and it so desperately needs. So I thank you for your time and your indulgence on the timer here today, and I appreciate it.
Anyone else on the front row? Second row?
My name's Bob Harsh, 15834 Falling Waters Road, Williamsport, 21795. I'm here today to ask the commissioners absolutely to reject the proposal that's before you today in the zoning amendment. I sat here a couple months ago and listened to the proposal coming up that they were supposed to be some problems with the zoning that we was going to, you all was going to take a look at and see what needed to be corrected. I think 1972 when the zoning was adopted, up to now it's about 50 couple years, and I thought there was some major problems existing. It don't appear to be a major problem. It just appears to be one problem. And I'd like for you all to reject the proposal, and as you know, that area that we're talking about is a death trap for any and all types of activity going on in there. I think that the count's up to maybe 13 or 14 deaths in that area now. I don't think we need any more deaths in that area. I'm sure there's going to be, but I lost some very good friends in that area, and I don't think we need to go any further with the traffic jams that we have already seen in that area since the little gray trucks started to come in and out of there. Is sometimes you got to set two or three traffic changes before you can get through the intersection now, and I don't think we need any more. As you all know, that the Highway Interchange Committee has designated Interstate 81 is the most, in Washington County, the most dangerous interstate in the United States. That needs to be considered too. There's nothing being, it don't seem to be there's anything being done about the relieving the traffic, so it's just going to continue to get worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harsh. Still in the second row.
Yeah, Jonathan Kays, 17002 Fairplay Farms Court, Fairplay, Maryland. And I just have a few comments. I'm not an expert on convenience store and all the truck stops, but I have been in the area, and I relate again, come back, a lot of this I think comes back to the proposed truck stop at Exit 1. You know, I've been around enough to know that, you know, the ordinance or the text amendment was changed in the early 2000s because Mr. Bowman wanted to build a truck stop there. It was stopped on another occasion because it is just a bad site. And I see the present text amendment, you know, just encouraging more truck stops in many areas, which is concerning. And the gentleman, you know, before had some suggestions on how to improve that. So I'm not an expert on that. All I know is it seems to be to want to get around the definition again of what is a truck stop. And you know, I've been around long enough to see that that particular location in general is just a poor place for all the reasons mentioned, elevated intersection, you know, again, I've traveled around a lot, and so many of you. When I ever get off the highway to a truck stop, I get off the exit, make on the road that crosses, and there's the truck stop. I can't remember the last time I got off the highway, got off on the road, and then had to make another turn into a squirrely road to go down a curve to get to a truck stop. I've just never seen it, to be honest with you. So it is a dangerous location. So what concerns me the most here is that with this new text amendment, that, okay, there's going to be a process in place and an assessment in terms of conditions that have to be met. And I think the way I understand the process, if somebody who's the proposing that that change in use, they can take that to the Board of Zoning Appeals. The problem I have with that, in the past, that has not worked with the truck stop at exit 1, which is, due to traffic and all the other things, is a terrible location, yet it's been approved by the Board of Zoning Appeals. So when I look at something like that, it's so flagrant and obviously not a good use for that area, and believe I have the utmost respect for Mr. Bowman and all he's done for the community. It's nothing about that, but it's just that it's a bad location. It seems to have become a personal thing at this point. I don't have faith in the process of the Board of Zoning Appeals to really look at this particular issue, put all the other things aside, and say, this is just not good for the community, which is been spoken clearly against it. So that's my problem with this. So again, we come to the new changes in the new text amendment. Someone's going to not like it. That person could have influence or whatever, and can then somehow, the Board of Zoning Appeals is going to vote in their favor for reasons that I'm not, it could be influence, it could be whatever. So again, my problem with the faith in the process, and one more point before I'm done, is that when you look at the need for truck parking, I made this at another, when this first came up, is that with all the warehouses that we have, I think that Washington County can be a little more visionary with truck parking. Have all these warehouses, all this tarmac. How about building truck parking into these warehouse facilities? There has to be a certain amount of space put aside for truck parking, which is, again, those warehouses are right off the interstate. Why can't that be part of the development process that has to be set aside for truck parking? It removes it from the, from the local people that live there, and I'm not sure why it hasn't been investigated. I've suggested it, and so I would suggest that really that they vote this thing down, or at least come under consideration to look at some other visioning things in terms of the future of what truck parking should be in this state, and not just subject local communities to more truck parking at convenience facilities. So thank you very much for hearing me, and have a good day.
Thank you. Still on row 2?
I didn't stand up and hold my hand. Can I talk?
You want to redo?
Swear him in, yeah.
Can you swear him in? Sure. Yes, you want to come up and the clerk will swear you in?
Okay, sir, I'm going to swear you in first.
Stand for the swearing in.
Yes. Do you hereby solemnly swear and affirm, under the penalties of perjury, that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
So help me God. I'm Paul Miner, 14938 Falling Waters Road, Williamsport, Maryland, 21795. I'm here about the intersection there at the Falling Waters area. I'm against this proposal. There's other places to park trucks all over the highway. We have different trucks areas for them to park along 81, and we don't need any more parking in this area. Yesterday, I sat there for 2 lights because all the traffic coming up both hills. If you ever been down there, they're coming up out of the on both sides, and they have to stop. And then big trucks take a while to get through the light. And there's just no reason for any more truck stops or the convenience store is okay, but not a truck stop with a convenience store. Like Bob said there, Mr. Harsh, we've seen our friends be killed there. and it's just a bad intersection. So I appreciate if you would turn this down. Thank you very much.
Okay, anyone else in row 2?
My name's Alan Donaldson. I live at 15535 Natural Well Road, Williamsport. The main thing that I'm concerned about this is that you're eliminating the special exception for truck stops. A special exception gives people the right to question the development. If you don't have a special exception, the only people that have a right to question the development are the people that are right adjacent to it. This is wrong. That intersection affects a whole lot more, not just that intersection, but a truck stop should be looked at because public safety should be your number one concern. It has to be your number one concern. Everything else is secondary. The problem that I see is that it will be so easy if you don't have special exceptions for these things to pass through the Planning Commission. And another thing, something that affects the number of people that these truck stops, that should be looked at by the commissioners. When we have a planning commissioner, the planning commissioner making the decision, these are unelected people. They're not people that the public has any recourse to. You are people that we have recourse to. And by you diverting and not, all these major decisions with the heavy traffic should come through this body. It should not be done just by the Planning Commission. It allows a politician to divert the responsibility. And to be quite bluntly, it allows a politician to play both sides of the issue. In other words, somebody complains about it, he says, oh, it's the Planning Commission that did this. I'm on your side. Wink, wink, please pass it, because our donors want it. This is something that should not be passed, and I think that the best thing to do is leave it alone the way it is. It seems to have worked somewhat well, but the people in the county should have an input of what goes on in these major intersections. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, anyone else in the second row? Third row.
Good morning, Michelle Rosenfeld, One Research Court, Suite 450, Rockville, Maryland. I'm here to say that, to ask that you vote against ZTA RZ 23001. The zoning text amendment is presented as if it's trying to fix a problem where there is no problem. On the other hand, adoption of this zoning text amendment will create problems, most notably in the areas of public safety. This proposed zoning text amendment will allow tractor-trailer parking in convenience store parking lots and eliminates size limits on convenience stores. And these proposals jeopardize public health and safety. Convenience stores are designed to draw a lot of vehicular traffic, primarily passenger vehicles looking to pick up convenience items and often gas. The effect of this legislation will be to backdoor truck stops throughout the county, not just within the highway interchange zone. With no limit on the size of a convenience store, these backdoor truck stops could become enormous in size. Please keep the current 5,000 square foot limit on the size of convenience stores. There's already a substantial amount of tractor-trailer traffic throughout the county. And the planning staff report urging this amendment makes it clear that the amendment is designed to encourage services for interstate truck traffic and not for local vehicular traffic. The safety concerns that this amendment presents cannot be overstated. A vehicle collision with a tractor-trailer results in a fatality of 74% of all crashes, with injury in 81% of those crashes, and 76% of them resulting in property damage. With this information, it's impossible to see how a zoning text amendment allows tractor-trailers and passenger vehicles to intermingle at a convenience store, particularly with a common entrance, as I understand this text amendment would allow, would help public safety. The risk involved, death to passengers in a passenger vehicle, cannot be overstated. The planning staff report makes clear that there are a significant number of existing convenience stores, truck stops, fueling stations that can accommodate tractor trailers. For this reason, the zoning text amendment should be denied. I also would like to make an additional point of the introduction that you got was very dismissive of the hundreds of letters and emails that you received, calling them duplicative. Some people from out of the county, from out of the state, perhaps some of them are. But I've gone through those letters, and the vast majority of them are Washington County residents who took the time to personally sign and mail to you correspondence in opposition to this zoning text amendment, more than 100. And so I would just like the record to be clear that there is overwhelming opposition from many individuals, and both for the reasons that I've given and the supplemental reasons in their correspondence, we ask that you do not adopt proposed text amendment RZ 23001 in any form. Thank you.
Row 3, Ron.
Morning.
My name is Ron Braze, 15740 Falling Waters Road, Williamsport. And I just wanted to present to you all a document that I put together back in 2017, or 2017, about the safety, does safety matter? If you mind, I'll take a minute to hand it out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Basically, that document is my testimony. And that was based on figures back in 2015, 16, and 17. And there's a whole lot more trucks on 81 now. So whatever your vote is, I would encourage you to really consider the safety aspects of whatever you're going to do here today in regards to any changes to the truck stop or convenience store designations. And I thank you very much for your time. Have a good day.
Okay, still on row 3. Okay, row 4. Row 5, back row.
Before you start my time, Mr. Harvey asked for some pictures of things that happened in our area. There's proof. The 5x7s was on March 5th at 7 o'clock at night. And I need those pictures back. Yes, sir. Michael Tedrick, 11423 Earnstville Road, Big Pool, Maryland. First and foremost, thank you for allowing me to speak today about this text amendment that goes against the policies, laws, and rules already in place. They were placed there to protect the people of Washington County for health and safety concerns. This county's mission statement states, to support, strengthen individual, community, public health, safety, and welfare, protecting the environment. This text amendment will not protect the environment or our safety or our welfare, and only bring more health and safety concerns in this area that already have trouble past, with accidents, some of which were fatal. It seems like this county does very little to protect its citizens and historic properties, but will bend over backwards for these developers. This text amendment is playing a game of smoke and mirrors. Sanding off the sharp edges is not fixing the problems already have. My question to this board is, would you want this in or around your properties? Because if you pass this, they will place them there. Every corner of every intersection over this county, and maybe near a school or your family member's home. This needs to end. I urge you to vote no to this text amendment and help save what little bit of Washington County we have left. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but in Maryland, no fueling dispenser is to be within 300 foot of a property line, and 1,000 foot away from any home dwelling. There is 8 homes in my area within that 1,000 foot. In Maryland, there's a 5-minute idle law that no one enforces. These developers say they'll police the property, but I can guarantee you from 5 years of experience, they never run anybody buying products from their property off. Calling the police does no good. They have issues to deal with that are bigger than me. They don't have anyone to respond because they're already short-staffed. My attorney at the time brought up the zoning. I asked you all to make revisions and fix the problems we already have over 5 years ago. You've done nothing but bend over backwards for these big developers and their money. It's like it's all money, power, and greed instead of morals and what's right. From the Webster's Dictionary, a truck stop is any place that a truck stops and gets fuel. My home is only 163 feet away from this business. We hear trucks running continuously, all day, all night long, and nothing gets done about it. And sure, they made me a very generous offer for my home, but how do I replace something that's been in the family 100 years? How do I replace something that my family and friends helped me build? There is not one property in the tri-state area for the money that they offered that fits our needs. My wife has a knee replacement. She cannot do steps. We have to have a rancher, single floor level, so that she can do her daily duties. Nobody sees our concern. You only see the money, the power, and the greed. I'm tired of throwing my money at this. I'm tired of throwing my time at this. It's taken a lot from me and my wife. She breaks down and cries all the time because nothing gets done. Nothing gets fixed. How is there ever going to be a resolution to these problems? I don't see anything getting fixed. Nothing got fixed in 5 years. I don't see anything getting fixed in the next 5 years. And if you pass this text amendment, it will only affect more people in this county. That's all I have to say.
Good morning, Commissioners, staff. My name is Barbara Habermill, and I live on Spielman Road, Williamsport, Maryland. I am here today to ask you to deny the request by Planning and Zoning for 2 changes to our Planning and Zoning ordinance. First, RZ-23-001, second, RZ-23-003. Neither are of benefit to the public or county, but rather benefit developers instead. We have already 14 private and public facilities on I-81 and 70 that serve as truck stop, fueling, and/or parking areas, and we don't need any more in our community. We have been under the black cloud of despair for 25 years, with the threat of a truck stop coming to our front door. Our intersection is not a cloverleaf, but only a diamond-shaped one, ill-suited for what a developer wants to build there. The safety for all who live, work, play, or visit in Washington County is at risk at that location, and the proposed business that is proposed to be built. Going through public records, I find that some of our commissioners accepted campaign contributions from Bowman LLC. That, in my humble opinion, is a conflict of interest, and you should recuse yourself from voting on the requests by Planning and Zoning to allow for changes to our planning and zoning ordinances, which again would benefit only the developer, not Washington County, its citizenry, or their safety. That is what a local judge did. When we came before him to judge our appeal against D.M. Bowman, he declared that he had taken campaign contributions from this company and could not, with a clear conscience, render a verdict against him. And I think you should do the same. The ever-growing risk of accidents has many people avoiding certain highways and byways, including our Williamsport Exit 1 at 81, and the diamond-shaped intersection at Governor Lane, Lappins Road, and Spielman Road. In 2012, the number of public school buses through this intersection on a daily basis was 68. We've had much increase in population, and then I know it has to be more by now. We also see more and more vehicles, trucks of all kinds on our roads. It is time our local elected officials take charge and change what is going awry. We are citizens, taxpayers, and voters deserve better and should not have to worry each day whether or not we might be involved in an accident and will make it home safely. I was the victim of an accident at that interstate at no fault of mine, but was spared by God for extreme damage and trauma. Would I or others be that lucky again? Only God knows. The never-growing air pollution from I-81 and I-70 due to the diesel exhaust from tractor-trailers is more and more apparent. Air is becoming dirtier all the time, and our wells, polluted, need constant filtration and checking. Yet our planners and zoning want to add to those serious issues that should not be allowed. We have seen too many accidents and deaths at our intersection, which has a blind 7.3 grade curve, which cannot be seen from the bottom or the bottom from the top. Within within a live railroad spur with no lights or barriers when a train is coming. A 14-foot drop from Spielman Road to the property where the two entrances are planned for this development. One of our tractor trailers, for all these other vehicles, for two entrances for vehicles of tractor trailers and other vehicles. All of this spells disaster and must be denied by you here today, now. Thank you for my time.
Hello, my name's Steve Tucker. I've been a resident of Washington County since 1943. I've seen a lot of changes, a lot of good changes, but in the last couple of years, I am ashamed to say I'm from this county. If you don't think a truck stop is a good thing, then the people don't like you. I live in Indian Springs, and the other day, about 9:30, I told my wife, I said, my truck tire's going flat. I'm going to run over to the Exxon and put air in it. Well, was I shocked. There were 5 or 6 trucks coming up the ramp off the interstate, and they had it blocked. You couldn't get in to get air in the tire. I told myself, I talk to myself a lot. I like the way I sound. I said, this is stupid. I can't get into that. I had to turn around on the bridge and go home and get my air compressor out. This is just an example of one thing. Truck stops are nice if they're built right, but to say we're going to build a convenience store here and they can park 10 trucks, 5 trucks, that is wrong. I'm here to ask you to vote no to this amendment. This is silly. It's been rewritten for the big contractors, the people that want truck stops. It's not for the individual. It's not for the safety of the homes or anything. I don't know where any of you gentlemen, well, Mr. Barr, I know where he lives, but I don't know where the rest of you gentlemen live, but I'm sure you wouldn't want a truck stop in your backyard. If you would, speak up now, because I'll notify Bowman and he can come and build one for you. But this is something that's very serious, and to take and vote yes for this would be, well, it'd be sinful. If you're thinking maybe what you should do, the county should, you commissioners should have one day and have all the people, the citizens come in and say what you want, what you don't want, because this is set up for the big contractor. It's not set up for the individuals. It's not set up. Once again, Washington County probably is the capital of truck stops. Frederick County doesn't allow them. I wonder why. They're smart. They're smarter than we are. Go up through Allegheny. You're not going to see any truck stops. If you want a truck stop, go up the road about 20 miles at Greencastle. There is a truck stop there. There must be 50 to 75 trucks there every night and every day. They got restaurants built for them. They got restrooms. I mean, that is a truck stop. But if you're just going to have 7 or 8 trucks sitting on a parking lot, idling all night, putting their fumes out, that is wrong. I've got to, every 2 years, you've got the same thing. You've got to go to the Maryland inspection to have your car to make sure you're not putting fumes out. But a tractor and trailer with diesel can sit there all night and nobody says a thing about it. So I'm going to ask you to vote no to this because it is not helping the citizens. And I got one other comment. I don't know any of you, if you ran for county commissioner and Bowman gave you any money for your campaign, you should not vote on this. You should say, no, I took money from him. I'm not. I don't know if you did or not, but I feel that would be the right thing to do. Thank you for your time. And I pray that you do the right thing and vote no.
Okay. Anyone else from the top row, back row?
Good morning.
Morning.
Rob Faree. I'm here representing Bowman Development, but I'm also a county resident living at 16235 Schaefer Road, Sharpsburg, Maryland. So we're all here today, as you heard, and you heard things from the past, that we're here to address needed changes to truck stop and C-store definitions in the zoning ordinance. Zoning ordinances and amendments and definitions change over time. Society changes, economy changes. That's the purpose of this hearing. It's not about any particular proposed project. And I understand the emotions and everybody needs to be heard, but this is a county-wide issue affecting all citizens and not just a few. I don't have time to explain all the reasons for the need for truck stops. It's in your records. Drivers need rest. It's a safety issue. But in regards to convenience stores, which is the subject I'd like to talk about, as explained in your staff reports, change is needed. The current ordinance does not meet the requirements or even the developments of existing stores, let alone future stores. And I want to remind you, convenience stores are good taxpayers. They're good business citizens. They develop sites without incentives. They're good places to work, especially for folks who need part-time, flexible jobs. And just to emphasize that point, Sheetz was once again voted among the 100 best places to work in the USA by Fortune magazine. And you just have to drive by the convenience stores in this community. There's thousands of county citizens that use these stores because they're convenient. Then to meet the need and demand, convenience stores are adding high-speed diesel fuel pumps with limited parking to their services, mostly located along interstates. They don't want to operate as full-fledged truck stops, therefore no showers, laundries, driver lounges, repair facilities, etc. So I guess the point I'd like to make here is that in HI zoning, we support the amendments, the recommendations of the Planning Commission and staff. The 3.5 to 500 square feet is important in these C-store operations. So is the number of islands. Again, in HI zoning, this seems to work well. Since the text amendments were first made public, and now there's some changes been made, and the one that's most controversial to the industry is this note of prohibition of overnight parking. Just from a practical point of view, what does that mean? How is it defined? How does it relate to a 24/7 operation? How does the store control it or enforce it? And then hopefully someone has asked staff or the sheriff how they will respond to a complaint of possible zoning violations. Heck, the sheriff doesn't even have time to enforce the illegal parking of trucks on ramps, let alone patrolling C-stores. So I suggest this prohibition, again, at least in the HI, not be included. In closing, I'd like to remind the commissioners that individual project developers are responsible for extensive traffic studies, state and local review, and often responsible for making road improvements that benefit all the general public. And in most cases, these are improvements that the county commissioners don't have a budget to do. It relies on the developers to do it. And again, there's no reputable developer or C-store operator that wants an operation that's unsafe. It's obvious this is a very emotional subject for some, and everybody needs to be heard. But y'all have to take these emotions out of it. The zoning changes are necessary, one way or the other. They need to be changed. They're not good now. They're not adequate now. And remember that you're here to serve all the county's citizens. Base your decisions on facts, needs, and benefits. And you're lucky. You have the advantage of access to experienced, trained planning staff, among other resources. There's land use attorneys that could help get you to a point where you have some comfortable zoning regulations for all the public. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Bill Erskine. I'm a local land use attorney with the law firm of Offutt Kerman. My business address is 7021 Columbia Gateway Drive, Suite 200, Columbia, Maryland, 21046. I'm here today on behalf of the Bowman Group companies. Just to start off with, I would really just ratify the comments that were made by Mr. Furry directly before me. I'd like to expand, however, on some of the issues that he mentioned. The first is the restriction on overnight parking that is proposed in the definition of convenience stores, and I believe it also is restated in the truck parking regulations. That, in law, that's going to be viewed as being very vague. Does that mean there's no parking between sunset and sunrise? Does it mean you can't park at all during that time, like no trucks on the premises during that time frame? Or does it mean that you can come, but you simply can't stay the entire night? So are you allowed to visit, say, at 3 a.m. and then leave at 3:30? Is that okay, or is that considered overnight parking? If you arrive at 12:01 a.m., can you stay till sunset, or is that overnight parking? If you arrive at 12:01 a.m., can you stay until 11:59 p.m. the next evening? So, there's a lot of definitional issues that, as simple as it seems at first, it can get very complicated when you get into the meat of things. So I would, number one, suggest that the prohibition is not necessary or required. But if there's a sense that it might be or might serve some purpose, I would respectfully suggest that that prohibition only be applicable to properties that are within the business local and business general zoning districts, and not to the highway interchange district. That district in and of itself was created for the very purpose of serving the traveling public, including truck drivers. So this is where you want this kind of thing to take place. I mean, interestingly enough, you can have warehouses with unlimited parking, right beside it, or it's an alternative development. The other thing I want to talk about is the number of parking spaces that are being permitted. I think the original proposal of 3.5 per 500 is appropriate for the HI district. If you want to make it less in the other districts where there's more likely to be residential development in and around it, I certainly leave that up to the board. So my proposal would be 3.5 per 1,000 for business local and business general, and then to keep it logical, 7 per 1,000 square feet in the HI district. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anyone else in the back row, top row? Okay.
Was he sworn in?
I wasn't sworn in.
Okay, if you remain standing. Do you hereby solemnly swear and affirm, under the penalties of perjury, that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help me God.
My name is Jimmy Black. I live at 15942 Spielman Road. This is directly across from the Bowman property. When I bought my house there 25 years ago, I could look out my window and see wild turkeys, deer, all kind of wildlife. Very quiet neighborhood, very peaceful. Now I look out my window, I see over 100 trailers parked in this location. They're in and out all hours of the day, all hours of the night. There's a trucking company located to the rear of that property at the current time. I was the assistant mayor in Williamsport for 12 years. Before that, I was on the planning and zoning in Williamsport. And what I used to do when we had an issue come up, we never had anything this hot, is I went to the location several times and watched traffic and all. I don't know how many of you commissioners have done that. I think that's a very important thing to do. One of my biggest concerns is the safety issue. Living in that area, I'm in and out, up and down the road. I probably have pulled 5 people out of wrecks in front of my house. When I first moved there, Senator Munson got me one of those speed signs that we could register speed. And we actually had people doing 70, 75 miles an hour on that little road. The intersection now at the top of the hill with all the school buses going through is a major concern of mine, not to count the emergency services. Also, Amazon, with their trucks, they release them 2 and 3 times a day. When you're at that light, you can sit there, and this was previously stated, 2 to 3 lights. I think this is a very bad location for a monstrosity of this effect over there. I urge you not to vote for who has money and influence, but vote for the people who put you in office, who I've sat through every one of these meetings and never spoke. Today, I have to talk. Please turn this down. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
Mr. President, are we going to have an opportunity to ask questions of people
Yes.
presented?
I'm getting ready to turn it over to back to the commissioners. At this point, the public hearing is closed.
We shouldn't close the public hearing.
You have time for comments, then we close and go to board.
We can ask questions
Yes,
to make
okay.
it part of the record, right? Okay, good. Thanks, Jeff.
I didn't really have any questions. I was just going to make a quick couple comments, that's all. I wanted to clarify a couple things. The Planning Commission, I think you mentioned that the Planning Commission doesn't make the decisions. All the Planning Commission does is advise the commissioners on their opinion and their direction, and we make the decisions. And this does not, correct me if I'm wrong, Jill Baker or somebody, this does not eliminate special exceptions in truck stops. It does not eliminate that. And I just wanted to clarify those 2 points going forward. So, is that correct? Yeah. All right.
Wayne, do you want to? Okay, good. I just had a couple of questions. One is for our staff, Ms. Baker. Does the impact of 81 on the exits merging in and out of traffic and the warehouses, the truck stops, convenience stores that might have 70 truck parking locations at them within the HI zone, is that cumulatively looked at as to the safety and capacity issues of those on and off ramps coming off to off to exit 1 or exit 9, wherever it may be, not just in and out of the actual facility? Is the safety issue specifically looked at, and are there studies that I can look at to see how that plays out?
So for State Highway Administration, they do take a cumulative look at these types of uses. The example that I can give you is Sharpsburg Pike, where we've experienced a lot of development, commercial and residential combined, where they did a corridor analysis, which resulted in changes that needed to happen to the intersection of the interstate on and off ramps. So yes, that does occur. They are looked at cumulatively. I believe the county engineering office does the same thing, that they are looked at cumulatively a certain radius out from where the project is occurring.
So, because the question is, if Con Air is going to have 700 trucks coming off and on for their warehouse, then you have 16, 17, 18 other warehouses with trucks getting off of 81 or 70. And then we have, I don't know, Barbara said that there is 14 truck stops or fueling points for trucks already, but there might be 3 or 4 more large, very large truck stops being planned right now for I-81. Is that all looked at? 700, 400, 800, 600, and the trucks coming on and off that interstate? Because right now, we already have a safety issue. It's already a problem. And so are they saying it's okay to just put more onto those exits? Because the more you have drawing them off, the more dangers there are for citizens for accidents at those on and off ramps, right?
So the State Highway Administration does review, as I said, the intersection improvements that may be necessary as part of projects coming into play. As far as the actual through traffic and looking at those things, they are looked at more comprehensively, as you've discovered with the I-81 corridor studies, as well as the improvements that have been made to I-81 in the Williamsport area, and that we are seeking to address further. So they are studied, they are looked at. They are looked at on a cumulative basis.
So they're projecting X number of vehicles getting off at this exit in 2 years, once the warehouses are fully occupied, and we have 2 truck stops there.
Each project is looked at as a traffic impact study, how many trips they would make on and off those roads, and then those traffic impact studies are evaluated on a cumulative basis.
Okay,
So as you
on the
said,
roads is to the interstate and onto the interstate? Is
Yes.
that what they're, even if they're not right? Okay.
yes.
I'd like to see one of those at some point in time. Just pick one. I'd like to just see it.
Can I ask a question kind of following that? I don't want you to lose your momentum, but, so Joe, when these projects are looked at cumulatively, how many truck stops are in that cumulative vision that's being considered?
They have a standard of which they look at a radius outside of the project. So I don't know what that radius is. I
So,
don't deal with
like on
those.
Sharpsburg Pike, I don't know, maybe you know, are there any truck stops planned for Sharpsburg Pike
Not at
70
this time.
interchange? Okay.
There's
So even
a
if there
couple convenience stores, but no truck stops.
would that be too far away from some locations along Interstate 81 that traffic would be looked at cumulatively?
They would not be evaluated for traffic on Interstate 81.
Okay. So I guess maybe the answer to Commissioner Harvey's question is no, we aren't taking into consideration some of the projects that have been discussed today on the cumulative impact of truck traffic on I-81 and I-70. It's not being done.
They are looked at and studied on a regular basis. For example, our local
But no
regional-
truck stops are being looked at right now.
No, I'm saying that all uses that contribute to traffic on our interstates, our state highways, and some of our local roads that have more intense traffic are looked at on a regular basis and studied, for example, through our regional transportation study that's done by the Hagerstown Eastern Panhandle MPO. That is the basis that we use for road improvements on a regional basis that Maryland Department of Transportation, as well as, in this case, West Virginia Department of Transportation, use to prioritize projects. If you'll look in that plan, it does note the fact that the truck traffic on Interstate 81 and even a little bit on Interstate 70 far exceed what was designed for when those interstates were put through. That is why they rank the highest on that scale of prioritization. Question becomes, and we all know this, the question becomes funding.
Okay. So specific projects I think currently underway are not being looked at. That's just kind of what I'm hearing in general, but not specific. And the Sharpsburg Pike example that was given doesn't look at traffic all the way on 81. So,
No.
Okay.
So from your opinion, and I just think this is pretty clear cut, if you already have congestion and safety issues, if you encourage more on and off traffic from 81 in an already congested and unsafe stretch of 12 miles, wouldn't that be increasing the risk of more accidents and more fatalities?
Again, that's done by the State Highway
I'm just saying.
Administration. I can't, I'm not an engineer and I can't respond to that.
So specifically in here on the C-stores, it talks about parking permitted, and there's a disconnect in two parts. I think truck parking in the BL, BG, and RB districts, rural business, shall be limited to a maximum of 10 parking spaces. But it also says in another place, truck parking facilities may not be permitted in a convenience store in a rural business district. So which is it?
So it's the current amendments that are in red and blue.
Well, they're both in red. I see you struck it out here, because I have two documents in here. Okay, it's the 10 that you have in rural business then, right?
Yeah, truck parking in the BL, BG, and RB districts shall be limited to a maximum of 10 parking spaces.
Okay. All right, and then if you're at the convenience, if you're building a convenience store, how is it different from a truck stop? I'm just asking this question. A truck stop definition is a facility used to serve the trucking industry by providing a location for rest and refueling. The inherent and allowable uses of a truck stop include separate fuel islands with fuel pumps and areas for truck parking. Doesn't have to include anything else. How is that different from a convenience store offering truck fueling?
So just to note that, those amendments are separate from these. However,
I'm just looking at comparing them to the convenience store, that's all.
so the truck stop basically explicitly calls out the separate fueling islands with high flow pumps. In addition, truck stops may also include one or more of the following: service repair facilities for trucks and or trailers, on-site shower facilities, on-site laundry facilities, overnight stay accommodations, on-site truck wash.
But doesn't mean that any of those would actually be included.
No, they don't have to be. It says
Right.
they may.
Okay, just trying to clarify. And the evidence for why we need more truck parking outside of highway interchange areas, the evidence for that is anecdotal, because I haven't seen anything that specifically ties it to here in our 12.5 mile stretch.
You're not going to find anything specific
We
to our
didn't do any studies.
12.1 mile stretch. In general, what I was trying to get across is the fact that convenience stores are now evolving into these areas that also provide for high flow fuel stations.
Okay.
I'm not, that's again up to the commissioners to determine whether or not that should be an acceptable use in the convenience stores. Again, we proposed it to basically bring it to your attention that convenience stores are evolving. We are continually being asked if these types of uses are permitted.
Okay, and then, just so I understand it, a 10,000 square foot convenience store would be allowed to park 70 vehicles.
So under the previous definition, that was, I'm sorry, in the highway interchange?
Yes.
Yes, correct.
Okay, and a 6,000 square foot would be about 42 vehicles. Yes. Right, okay. But outside of those areas, we're looking at 10.
Correct.
Okay, and the 10 number was based on?
Direction from public comment and review by
The planning commission,
yeah.
okay. And I think I hit about everything that special exception rule is still in, correct?
That is part of the next rezoning case.
Okay, but C-stores are so close to being truck stops to the average person when you can park 70 vehicles or 40 vehicles and do high flow fueling. It's just, I'm just trying to understand it myself. It's important, I think, and I'm finished here, but I just think it's important that we get this right for the long haul, and that we really understand what we're talking about. Because I think we've not had the parameters and conditions laid out, which has led to a lot of the confusion, okay? So we need those, the scale and the scope and conditions to be clear cut for everybody. And I think we're getting much closer, so thank you.
Joe, if I could ask a few questions. Who decides a special exception ruling?
Special exceptions are heard and deliberated upon by the Board of Zoning
Okay,
Appeals.
so I think to the gentleman's comment, and Commissioner Wagner, you referenced this, who talked about us appointing boards that make these decisions that we don't. I think it's maybe the Planning Commission who helps to rate and draft zoning ordinances, but the decision for a special exception, which a truck stop would be, would still be deliberated on by the Board of Zoning Appeals. And this board, this body as county commissioners, we don't vote. It's the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Not for Planning Commission, but Board of Zoning Appeals, they make the decision on the
No,
special
but let me
exception.
clarify that issue. So technically, it is the Board of County Commissioners that makes the original decision. Let me clarify what a special exception is. Special exception by law is a use that is deemed to be a permitted use with special conditions that are evaluated to determine whether that specific property, where that use is being proposed, is appropriate and logical. All of the Board of Zoning Appeals is deliberating upon is the testimony given to determine whether or not that specific property is appropriate and logical. So the county commissioners make the initial decision of whether or not that use is appropriate in that zoning district.
So again, it's still a decision that the ultimate decision for a special exception, that for a special exception for a specific project doesn't come before this body.
You're correct.
Okay, so I think that therein lies one of the arguments, one of the concerns the citizen had, that why aren't we as the elected officials making these decisions? You could say in the broader scope of plan of things we are, but when it comes to specific projects, specific special exceptions, they aren't decided by us. They are decided by a non-elected body. And I think where if there's one good thing that comes out of this, if it passes, I don't think the Board of Zoning Appeals has to, misinterpret or, bend the definition of truck stops anymore like they had. And, I think the Board of Zoning Appeals has been ruled wrong on some of these definitions. I think defining truck stop is important, but I think it's important not to define and confuse a truck stop with a convenience store. I live in Hancock, and my wife prefers to get gas at Sheetz, and I prefer to get gas at AC&T because they have good fried chicken. So, but if you go to either location, both an AC&T and a Sheetz in this example, and I mention those because they've been mentioned today, neither one are truck stops by the casual observer or by a truck driver, because I don't think either one has a place where a truck can park. And both, when the fueling truck is there to put gas, I guess, in the underground tanks, it's a mess, and you can't get into the pumps otherwise because there's just not enough room. So there's definitely a differentiation between a convenience store and a truck stop. That's, in my mind, that's just unequivocal. And I'm not an expert on truck stops in any way, but my first job happened to be at the truck stop in Hancock. When I was in high school, I was a dishwasher through the week, and I was a fuel attendant on the weekends. And, that was obviously a truck stop. And, when truckers talked about which location they were going to, or other trucks, they talked about which other locations, and they didn't mention Sheetz at that time. They didn't mention AC&T up the road. Those weren't truck stops. So I think we just need to be careful about, there is a clear definition, a clear distinction in my mind between what is a truck stop, what is a convenience store. Sometimes you can just look at it and tell, okay, this caters to trucks, this doesn't. I think it's concerning that a lot of the issues with safety, they seem to be not considered by the Planning Commission in their recommendations. Talk of diamond interchanges, I don't think was mentioned in here. And that's disappointing. And while we're on that note, talk of Diamond Interchange was mentioned in some of the letters we got. I only have about half of what was sent to me, and I'm sorry, there's some of these that aren't open because I just got them today when I came in. These are open, and I have another stack, the same quantity floating around in my trunk of my car. I took a different vehicle here today. I don't have those, but, you know, I don't appreciate the dismissive comments about someone who wrote us a letter, their form letters. You know, in this political climate, whether you're talking to your school board or the federal government and the President of the United States, it takes guts to address your county commissioners or any level of government. It takes guts to address your school board. We see across the country, we should never in any way trivialize someone's comments. And I've heard other comments, not just today. Wow, the postage that's spent on these. Boy, they're paying their attorney good money to do this. If a citizen wants to reach out to us and comment, they have every right to. And merely signing your name and your address and your phone number, giving up that information, letting your government know how you feels, that's courageous, I think. That doesn't mean less just because they signed on to someone else's idea or someone else's verbiage, and they talk about some different things, but yeah, they are the same by and large, and you know what? Those are the same concerns. So I just want to thank everyone who spoke up today and commented, because you took it one extra step. You came in person and spoke, but I wouldn't be dismissive of these letters. Some comments were made about some of these letters are signed by people that don't live in the county, and I don't think I would put weight on those necessarily, but Joe, are all the developers you deal with, do they all reside in Washington County, whether it's a truck stop or any other issue? Does every developer that does business in Washington County live in Washington County?
No, sir.
Okay. So, you know, there's that. I just want to go back to the great concern that I have is safety has not been taken into an account on this. I've talked about it for many years now. Interstate 81, the widening isn't looking good. The possibility of having I-81 widened in the near term doesn't bode well in our favor. And I think there was a great comment someone made today about why not have warehouses that receive these trucks already provide parking. If trucks need, drivers can drive for so many hours and they have to rest and drive for so many hours and rest. If we're already burdening that part of the county with this truck flow and truck traffic, why not have the overnight parking there? Why not work to mandate, okay, you anticipated this many deliveries and maybe this many parking spaces need to be reserved for overnight parking or for the truck driver to rest, just like we mandate how many handicap parking spots go into any business. Why can't we look into things like that? I have some notes here. Some are irrelevant to this conversation. I need to get milk on my way home, but, you know, it's interesting. I look at the Federal Motor Carriers Association and a study that they had talked about the number of accidents on the interstates in each state, and for some reason they pinpointed out Maryland 81 south of Hagerstown. The majority of the accidents take place in Williamsport. I think that's definitely germane to our conversation today.
While you get your thoughts, I have one quick follow-up question for Mr. Erskine or Rob or Brad. Question about hours, overnight parking. You know, Bill, you raised some good points about, you know, what is it overnight? Is it starting at 9? Is it starting at 3 in the morning? How do you gauge that? If it's a convenience store, the owner, convenience stores are supposed to be for accessing, fueling. It's not supposed to be a rest area. A convenience store is not supposed to be a rest area, according to the documents that we have here. The truck stop's supposed to be geared towards rest. So if it's for throughput, you go do some shopping, you eat, you maybe talk with another truck driver, you fuel up. It doesn't take more than 2 or 3 hours max to do all of that. What would be wrong with a 2 or 3 hour limit? I know it's hard to enforce, but if it was just posted, most people follow the rules, they see the posting, and the convenience store would want to move people along in a 24/7 operation. Would someone want to comment on that? Because the concern about parking in general, people don't just rest at night. A good number of them rest during the day.
Sure. Again, Jason Divalbus returning. I don't think we'd have any objection to posting, 2-hour parking, which you see in many other facilities. I think the challenge does come with monitoring it, because then, 2-hour parking limits in the city and the county and other lots can be enforced because there are parking officials somehow monitoring when the vehicles arrive, marking the tires or whatever it may be. So I don't think we're opposed to the notion of trying to limit the duration on several different projects. We've talked about this. We've talked about our intention is to keep customers moving through the site, not having them occupy, spots on the site indefinitely and preventing other people from coming in and out. The gentleman talked about it. That's not a situation that we as the operators of the store want to have where customers can't get in. So we agree with the concept. It's the implementation and the details of it that are a little bit challenging. Do we burden the store employees? Do we burden county staff? Are county zoning inspectors going to come out at 2 in the morning to try to fix? There's a challenge to that part, but I think the concept in and of itself, personally for myself and the AC&T folks, no objection to it.
That would probably be a threshold issue if you had 2 or 3 doing it in a place where you had 20 or 30 parking places. It might not be an issue. But if you wound up with, you had 30 parking places and 30 of them were being taken up, it gives you something too if there's a limit there that says 2 or 3 hours. You just point to, but most people would be honest about it, I think.
No, you would think, as Commissioner Keeper pointed out, eventually the word gets around. And if you start trying to move folks along, then it doesn't become a destination for.
Whereas the truck stop is for that.
Exactly.
Okay, okay.
If I could ask a question, maybe Jason, you want to stay there. I don't know if it's an attorney in the audience, our own attorney who could, it was mentioned about a 5-minute idle law. Is that accurate?
I'm not sure about that.
A what?
There's a 5-minute idle law on the books at the state level, perhaps? Okay. And, how do you enforce it? Especially how do you enforce it if it's 2 o'clock in the morning when, quite frankly, we don't have many police officers on the streets? And is that something we want to take our police officers off? So why even create the problem? Why even create the problem that has to be enforced? And, I think about one gentleman's home I went to who lives close to a truck stop. I was asked to be there at 10 o'clock at night so I can smell the fumes wafting through their house. So I knew what they put up with.
You could ask the same question about how do you enforce no public consumption of marijuana on the streets or around schools, and you walk downtown and you smell it.
I wonder, you say don't get emotional, but at the end of the day, let's just get rid of zoning if we don't care. Zoning exists in part so neighbors can have property rights. And I don't know how I can rationalize that's okay and opening up more zoning areas to more truck stops and more instances where this could happen in a residential neighborhood more so. I don't know, but maybe Jason, you could do the research for us, but.
Sure, I'll try to figure out what the DOT standard is on the idle. With regard to your comment about the fumes and the compatibility issues, part of the challenge here is that a lot of the objections that everybody's talking about here today and many other days is the objection to the interstate itself. Because, for example, the Big Pool store that's been the topic of much discussion is directly on the interstate and has been there since the 60s. That store's predated almost all the residential that built up around it. So the intensification of traffic on the interstate itself has led to a lot of these issues of safety that we're talking about. And where do you draw the line there? Who was there first, and all of those discussions come into play. That's not really, I don't think that's a discussion that anybody can win here. I think we need to do the best we can, and quite frankly, I do think the amendments that we're discussing here today are intended to help with the compatibility issues that have been a problem in the past. I do not believe, Jill can speak for herself, but these amendments are not intended to increase the number. They're not intended to make it easier for these facilities to come in. They're intended to delineate what is a convenience store that's more appropriate in certain locations and what's a truck stop that's only appropriate in a smaller number. I think that's the primary purpose here.
I think we sort of, Jason, I think we sort of missed the point here a little bit along the way. I mean, right now, we have no definition of a convenience store, so anything goes, basically.
Right.
Would you agree or disagree? Anything would go, yeah, you could.
I cannot agree with that, of course. But historically, the convenience store has been treated as a mixed-use retail.
Right.
It has evolved from the old service station that turned into gas stations, that turned into convenience stores, and then here we are today with 7,000 square foot convenience stores that were not contemplated when the zoning ordinance came around. So convenience stores have been permitted as mixed-use retail uses. So you're correct. We don't have a specific definition of convenience store. The Exit 1 project that's, again, been discussed today was submitted as a convenience store. It was appealed because the neighbors considered it a truck stop. And they said it should go get a special.
Yeah, I lived through that journey. Yeah, I agree.
3-4 years,
And there's a lot of people here to testify for that.
That was part of the issue.
That, you know, it's one of those deals where you almost have to have a definition, I'm thinking, because, and now, with highway interchange, I personally probably would not touch that. I probably wouldn't put that restriction on square feet, and, but for anything else in neighborhoods, I might like to tweak that a little bit, you know, to keep a massive amount of trucks out of a inner city.
Well, I would just say, you know, and to your point, Jason, about, you know, a location that because it's along the interstate, maybe it's acceptable to be in a truck stop. I don't know if you saw the pictures that were just passed around, but the truck stop in Big Pool has traffic backed up on the interstate off ramp. I mean, that maybe we're a little actually too close in that particular situation. The feasibility of placing a truck stop that can receive that many vehicles, truck vehicles, whether it's 40 or whatever that number might be, you know, that location isn't ideal, apparently, based on current truck flow. And I just think if you look at that.
Technically.
Right.
Okay.
So I think,
But if you take another location in that close of proximity to either 70 or 81, just because it's next to the interstate, next to an on-off ramp, doesn't mean that you won't have complications.
could not agree with you more. And the challenge is that, again, the Big Pool store is not a truck stop. It's not even close. As you pointed out, you know a truck stop when you see it. It's the Pilot, it's the Loves.
I would call that a truck stop. I mean, my definition in my layman's terms, you kind of know something when you see it. When I drive by there at nighttime, there's probably close to more than a dozen trucks that are parked there.
Well, isn't Hancock also a truck stop? That's a convenience store.
Not the AC&T or the Sheets that I mentioned.
In Rural Village, that's a zoning, it's not highway interchange.
What are you talking about?
Rural Village, it's gas station, a Big Pool, and
I would call what's in Hancock a truck stop. I would call what's in Big Pool a truck stop. What I was referencing in Hancock that is not a truck stop is AC&T and Sheets. Right. But the AC&T and Sheets brand has been mentioned as truck stop sometimes, not truck stop sometimes. What I was referencing, AC&T and Sheets in Hancock, not a truck stop. AC&T and Sheets elsewhere may be a truck stop. And then the new BFS location that went in that has the Burger King, that has the IHOP.
I don't know if I know.
I call that a truck stop.
I don't know if I know of any convenience stores that has over 5 truck. Right now, existing it has over 5 spaces. Am I correct on that, or?
I think that's accurate. I mean, that's part of the issue with the Big Pool store is that there's only a handful of spaces. So if trucks get off, presuming there to be more spaces, and there are none, now you've got an issue. So the Big Pool store, again, has been there since the 50s. It was an Esso station. That's the origin of it. It didn't get constructed, and it wasn't intended to be, and it's not intended to be.
Did it have the truck fueling stations there in the 50s? I mean,
I've got an old black and white photo that I can share with you, and come and we can take a look and see. I'm not sure about that, what the pumps were. But I think this is the challenge, is that store has had an increased input of trucks because of its proximity to the interstate and because of the influx of trucks. Now we've got a compatibility issue when those trucks try to get off and either do the services or to park. Now you've got a problem because there's nowhere for them to go once they get off. So this is part of the challenge with what we're doing
Well,
you know, or what we're discussing here today with these text amendments. is
why
that-
do we need, like Hancock Main Street's business general, I don't know how many truck spots is there, but why do we need a convenience store in these under zoning codes other than HI that need more than 6 or 7 truck spots?
If you're looking in the town of Hancock, they set their own zoning.
But I'm just talking in the county areas.
That's business general. That's Hancock Main Street, so that'd be,
It's right off the interstate. It's
Yeah,
right there
it'd be-
across from the
Okay,
Blue
you're talking
Goose.
about the truck stop?
yeah.
Okay.
That's actually a convenience store.
Truck stop.
No, I-
Look out back and see how many trucks are there.
No, I think what we heard from some of our business interests, their focus is on highway interchange. And
Yeah,
they were
I agree.
rather agnostic about whether it was 5 or maybe 10, you know, for truck parking in those BG and business local areas.
You got rural, BL, and BG. I can't imagine why you need more than 5 or 6 truck stops and truck parking areas in those zoning codes. I personally couldn't see why you'd need more than that. I don't know where you take it from there, but right now you could have 10. Well, what's proposed,
that's what's
what's
in the text.
proposed, you could have 10.
Would the commissioners be open to, since this has been such a hot button issue for years, and maybe take a field trip with a representative number of people from both sides of the issue and tour some truck stops and not truck stops?
Wayne, I take a field trip every day of my life through Washington County, so I mean, it's.
When we take it
I don't
together
even
and can
know.
have a conversation, I think that might be a little better.
Wayne, I've sat through at least 6 public hearings. I know, God bless the people, I know where they stand on this. It's just we're talking about the whole county, not just one little area.
I think that's the fundamental difference. I think you hit the nail on the head. The fundamental difference is what one person believes to be a truck stop versus another person's belief in what a truck stop is.
And I just don't want that definition to be twisted in any way.
what we're trying to
You're
do here,
trying
right?
to be very clear, and like I said, what it's basically boiling down to at this point is some people believe that if there's even one truck parked there, it's a truck stop. Other people believe that that is not a truck stop, but it should be limited in how many spaces should be available to it. So that's the conundrum that we're sitting with, and I agree with you. We want to make this as absolutely clear as possible.
So-
That's why we're bringing this.
So Jill, is it still a truck stop if it doesn't have any of those May things in it? Like
No.
truck washer? So it's a convenience store in a,
Is a convenience store that has accessories truck parking to it.
right, so, but if you don't have any of those other things that are in that May category,
Correct.
it's not a truck stop.
That's
So
correct.
maybe we, do you mandate?
But is that accurate?
Unless it has excessive parking. If it's in those other zoning districts, if it's in RB, BL, and BG, if it has more than 10 spaces, it would be a truck stop.
Again, we're getting back to your fundamental question.
I'm not sure about that,
And,
Michelle.
you know, I think if you look at the number of vehicles, truck vehicles that could be taken in a day to service by filling up with gas or diesel, as it may be, you know, I'll go back to my story. When I worked at the truck stop in high school, the showers were broken, and I don't think they were ever fixed in the 2 years that I worked there. So technically, they had showers, but it wasn't a service. It doesn't mean it wasn't a truck stop. Just because I don't think we need a definition that says you have to have some kind of amenity for a truck driver, because there's amenities that are shared by both regular travelers in a minivan, family going across country, and trucks. There's some amenities that are still needed. Maybe it's a sit-down restaurant. Maybe it's, buy a pack of gum or mints, or, a soda, use the bathroom. Those are amenities that are needed by both truck drivers and just people in a passenger car. And I think we need to be careful about that. It could balloon and get out of hand.
Well, read the definition of a truck stop in here,
As proposed,
as proposed. It doesn't have to have any amenities, so how is it any different from a convenience store? If the convenience store just says, I'm a truck stop, it can put it on a limited number of parking places.
So then take Jason's point about that.
Jill, to finish that.
Take Jason's point about the AC&T and Big Pool and the number of vehicles that just stop there. They don't have those amenities, but it still causes problems. They don't have 60 parking places, but it still causes some problems. you know? And so just because there may only be parking for 5 or 10 trucks, doesn't necessarily mean that they're not going to get the traffic off the interstate, traffic through that neighborhood, trucks idling on the median just so they could wait to fill up, or wait until that one of those 10 or 5 parking spaces becomes available.
I do think the circularity of what Commissioner Wagner pointed out, though, is important in that case. If you were to call that use a truck stop, have it go through the same process that a truck stop requires, then you will have a truck stop, right? If they go through and get the appropriate approvals, it will become a truck stop. So,
It's a truck stop now.
well, but it's not, but it's not.
The disruption it causes in that area, that stretch of the interstate, those on and off ramps, I mean, those are the same types of disruptions you would have if there was 60 parking spaces for trucks. It's just on a smaller scale.
It's the same disruptions
You know, you can go to Disney World or Hershey Park. There's 2 different size amusement parks, but they're still amusement parks.
Right, but you have the same issues at a travel center that doesn't offer any retail or services or gasoline, right? These visitor centers at every state line fill up with trucks starting at 6 p.m. And all of the ramps leading up and from are filled with trucks. It doesn't make those a truck stop either. So
But it creates the safety issues.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
And they
Thank
need
you for acknowledging that.
Absolutely.
So we'll put it somewhere in an area along the interstate that, you know, maybe it's a diamond interchange instead of the full clover leaf. And we're going to have those issues because we're going to allow trucks to go there. We're going to create a mini truck stop. You can call it a convenience store with only 10 parking places for trucks. But you're creating a mini truck stop, and you're still going to create those issues along the interstate, just like you mentioned.
But I think the challenge is you can't solve issues such as interstate traffic and the driving and parking habits of truck drivers in a zoning ordinance. The issues that we're talking about with safety and truck traffic and the volume on the interstate off and such, those are larger issues than in the zoning ordinance. We're just talking about at the zoning level for now. And as the new ones come through, what's the process that they go through? Now, if you want to say in addition to those, we have a compatibility issue with what's happening at other locations, whatever the heck they're called, absolutely, that discussion.
But that won't be for our board to decide. That will be for the Board of Zoning Appeals when they looked at on an individual basis.
That's why we got to get the criteria
That's
right.
part of the problem, Jason.
For the new
That's part of the
projects coming
problem.
through, solves nothing with regard to existing.
Right, but we still have to get the criteria right, which is what we're working on, and we got to bound it and parameters. So please stay there, Jason. Definition of a truck stop. It's in one sentence. A facility used to serve the trucking industry, providing a location for rest and refueling. Doesn't have to have anything else as far as, you know, service, repairs, showers. Doesn't have to. So that's it. A facility used to serve the truck. I think we need to clarify what it is better than we have it in there. Because how is it different from a convenience store that provides refueling?
Again, that's what the definitions are intended to provide, is that a convenience store would be limited in its truck parking, but it would not be able to have any of those other amenities.
Well,
Now, I would say this,
but a truck stop doesn't have those amenities either.
I would say that if a convenience store would exceed or want to exceed the minimum of 10 trucks or the 3.5 per thousand, that would kick them to a truck stop level.
Right, okay, good.
So that would be the fundamental difference that we are.
It's about the parking.
That is being proposed here today.
It's really about the parking.
That's what it boils down to.
Do you concede that it's possible, let's talk about a future project, and we don't even know where it might exist yet. A future project where a convenience store with 10 truck parking places, maybe close to the interstate, that people start to know about, you know, that, hey, I can stop there and maybe not have to, you know, wait for, I don't know how, 45 minutes at the pilot so I can fuel up, wait, you know, 4 or 5 trucks in queue. But over time, those 10 parking spaces become woefully inadequate for the amount of traffic that wants to go towards that truck stop and use it. So what do? They pull off along the median, they wait on the ramp, they wait on, in this case, I don't know if that's Big Pool Road or what it's called there between the bridge and like going to Fort Frederick. I mean, that's the scenario you run into. You're creating a facility that might be woefully inadequate for the amount of use or attention that it might get.
And I think the point that Jason was trying to make is that that can also be said for truck stops, that can also be said for rest areas, that can also be said for warehouses, that can be said for a lot of different uses.
We realize that, in
So,
hindsight, almost every day.
We see it every day, right? We all see it every day. So we're not gonna fix the parking facility question through this zoning amendment. It's just simply a larger regional and even national issue that we're not gonna solve here today. And I understand what you're
It kind of
saying.
makes me think about, and Jason, I think you may have brought these cases in. I don't need to keep going back to you, but, with solar, well, the state of Maryland has said by such and such a year, we need 50%, 70% of our electricity to be generated by solar. Well, what's our fair share in Washington County that we have to contribute to that? That's not defined. So when we talk about truck parking, I think some might argue, maybe we do rather well with that for the small stretch of I-81 that we have. Maybe we do rather well with that. How much more do we have to contribute at the expense, at the safety of our community to keep providing those spaces?
If we start talking about fair share of uses, we have to talk about that for every use. So do we have our fair share of churches? Do we have our fair share of? Yeah,
Go back to the
probably not.
zoning case right before this that dealt with animal control, and a lot of comments were made about spay and neuter of wild cats, feral cats. And the comment was made, we have to provide adequate care, adequate services, but adequate's not defined. That's one of the frustrating things about government, I think, is used to our disadvantage, sometimes maybe used to our advantage. To what degree is it our responsibility, and have we done enough? I don't think enough input, my final comment, I don't think enough input has been put on the safety, and I'm not just talking about interstate construction to communities, neighborhoods, but the big thing is I-81 won't be widened anytime soon. It's clear as day. And just to generate more truck traffic on and off those ramps, I think is dangerous, and it's unfair to our citizens. We've already heard some commissioners say, we've heard how they won't travel on I-81 unless they absolutely have to. Put me in that category.
Okay. Any other comments? So the public hearing is now concluded. And commissioners, we can either deliberate now or at a later date.
I think we probably need to wait on this one.
I agree. Yep. I think we got consensus to have further discussion.
Why don't they have to integrate some of these comments too?
Yeah.
So what changes would you like us to incorporate?
Me personally, I would, in zoning codes, BLB, BG, and rural village areas, I would probably put parking at under 10 somewhere. I mean, I'll let everybody else talk. HI, I think, did you have a limit of 10 in HI, Jill?
No.
I would keep HI as is.
3.5 per.
Yeah. Yeah.
So for,
What was your BLG recommendation?
Right now, the proposed is up to 10. I would probably think 10's a bunch. That's just me talking. I mean, if you guys want 10, then I'll talk about it, but I think I'm more like a 5, 6, 7, something like that.
Village, I would be no more than a 5. Rural business, rural business.
What about BLG?
LMBG,
Would you suggest keeping them the same, Jill, for those 3 codes, zoning codes? Rural business and.
I would say that you could differentiate between those because the BLBG are intended to be more intensive urbanized type uses. The rural business is more intended for rural type of service, so sales and service options for the
What's the
rural
most we
areas.
have right now anywhere? I think 5, isn't it?
As far as convenience stores go, I think 8, somewhere between 8 and 10
Yeah.
is the most we have for existing convenience stores.
I didn't think we had that many. I didn't see that many.
The big pool one is rural
Business.
business, and that one has between 8 and 10.
But that's a problem too, and it's right there,
Well, it's because it's on the interstate. I don't believe it probably should be highway interchange, but.
Rural business would be 5, and I'm fine with 10 for the other. Rural business, no more than 5 parking places. That's what I was thinking.
Okay, and then I think the others,
10 is fine by me.
the other gray area that I think has come up a lot has been the overnight parking. What would you like us to do with that?
I don't know how you enforce it.
Can't.
I'd say put a sign up, and I know we'd have to put that in there, wouldn't we?
So do we just need overnight parking is prohibited in BL, BG, and RB and not in highway interchange?
Well, for the convenience stores, I think a limit of 2 or 3 hours, most things you're not able to enforce anyway.
I think the intent is to get people out of the fuel lines and get them parked, whether it be a farmer or, I think that's the intent, isn't it? To get a farmer parked and get out of the way?
I'm not gonna sleep. I don't want trucks parking there and sleeping during the day or at night, and I don't think the business owners do either.
So no overnight parking in BL, BG, and RB, highway interchange, there's no limit.
Why not just no?
Oh, not in highway interchange.
Convenience stores, why isn't it just a set number of hours?
This is one step towards just having truck stops everywhere. It's that baby step, and sometimes that's all it takes. You know, I think if you're, and I think maybe you're genuine in it, but if you think we're doing a good thing, it's a baby step. It's gonna happen.
Tell me what.
It just opens the door to truck stops, and in my definition of truck stops, just functions that way for the driver. It's a truck stop.
Well, I'm trying to think in terms of AT&Ts that I've been to, like Smithsburg, you know, on Jefferson Boulevard, in Waynesboro and stuff. They've got like 3 spots, and they function fine.
They're not right off the interstate though. So the
But
truck
that's
traffic,
wrong.
they're probably getting, if they're getting truck traffic, it may just be local.
How about just 5 across the board and anything that's pre-existing is okay?
No, I thought we were talking about overnight parking.
Oh, overnight parking, no, I don't, you can put no overnight parking on anything other than HI.
So what's the enforcement mechanism?
There is none. Unless you
Why
put-
have it? Why have a policy or a rule with?
So we just need to eliminate
Well,
it.
if you had to enforce it, it's something, if you had to go enforce it because somebody stayed there for a week,
It also gives the owners a reason, they can point to a sign.
2 hours, yeah.
Yeah, I think
But I'd still prefer it being a time limit for a convenience store, not the truck stop, but outside of the HI zone is what I'm concerned about.
Joe, when one of these, a future project, wherever it may be, comes before the Board of Zoning Appeals, how is it that this body would provide guidance? Because we don't have a say in it, it's been clear. How is it that this body, commissioners, provide any kind of guidance with respect to, please consider things like, is the roadway adequate to handle the traffic? On-off ramps, looking at diamond interchanges, haven't been talked about yet. What step in the process would consider those factors? Is that part of zoning, or is that part of their interpretation? If we say, we want you to put an emphasis on safety, whether it's traffic count, incline of roadways, width of roads, 3 lanes for I-81, at what point in the process do we need to tell the Board of Zoning Appeals, look at safety is a priority? Because I'm not hearing that out of anything I see here.
So one of the conditions that is outlined within the zoning ordinance with relationship to how the Board of Zoning Appeals is to view these applications does include the safety aspect. The issue at hand is that there's a perception of what does that mean in terms of the obligation of each individual property owner. Again, what's their fair share? So is it everybody that gets in the door first that doesn't have to help widen 81, that's okay? Or does the burden fall upon one property owner because they tip the scale? So what we try to do, and the way that we handle that, is that as part of the Board of Zoning Appeals process, that should be recognized and heard, what their intentions are, as that is what their intentions are in mitigating what their impacts are going to be upon the community. So that could include anything from roads, schools, police facilities, all that kind of stuff. They are supposed to address that issue. That is also addressed as part of the review process. So assuming that the use is permitted or granted approval, then it goes through a site plan process whereby they are required to adhere to certain standards, certain minimal standards that are codified within either State Highway Administration or the county.
So is there a methodology through zoning to place a stricter emphasis on safety? And what kind of frustrates me a little bit is, we had the business come in a week or two ago, I don't know what they did, gunpowder, they made bullets. And, well, they're not zoned for that in that area. Well, that was a safety concern. We acted quick and swift on that. But why isn't safety in general an emphasis with our zoning? Maybe that's not a question to answer, I don't know. But I just think that, I don't know why safety isn't being taken into consideration here.
I don't think it is minimally being taken into consideration, even though I hear that there is a process for it. Because, given 81, why would we want to encourage more on and off traffic of trucks from 81?
I'd sooner be off than on.
No, but if for anybody merging or coming on, it's very dangerous. And so, do we want 4 more truck stops to encourage more on and off from a safety? Because that's what tells me the safety issue is not being looked at.
So there is an inherent amount of impact from any use that comes into the community, be it residential, be it commercial, be it industrial. And they all, in some way, impact our road networks. So you could say the same thing about a 200-unit residential facility that came in.
I have.
And exactly. So you can bring up that safety issue for every single one of these. And again, they are reviewed and based upon codified safety standards through professional engineers across the country. So I don't have a good answer on how you can deal with very specific issues with a specific business because they all contribute to that safety issue.
No, but a moratorium on X would stop the increase of on and off. It stays relatively steady state.
So it would do that, but it wouldn't stop the through traffic that parks on our on-ramps and off-ramps, and it wouldn't stop the truck deliveries to our already existing businesses.
So am I hearing that it sounds like you don't have faith, and I'm not being derogatory here, you don't have faith in the traffic study system?
Correct.
Because it's like everywhere else, if the traffic study system demands this, it has to be done before a site plan is submitted and reviewed and approved.
I don't think they're connecting the dots between on and off.
So the highway engineers, is what I'm hearing, you don't have faith in the highway engineers that do these traffic studies?
Question their methodology. That's what I question, because I don't think they're considering all the inputs as they would be phasing in after the construction of all of these warehouses. All the trucks coming, exiting and
If we
entering.
can't depend on the traffic studies, then are we outguessing the engineers? Is that what we're trying to do here?
I've been in government a long time, and I tell you that there have been a lot of studies that have been done that have been absolutely wrong because the methodology or the data for the inputs are not accurate or not comprehensive enough.
Well,
Okay.
I think we're all in agreement I-81 is a
yeah, it's awful.
concern, and I-81 is a safety concern, okay? I haven't seen any engineer studies necessarily to say that. It's just kind of when you see it, you know it.
Yeah.
I can check with Scott to see if he has any of those studies from the I-81. I'm sure he does.
I just want to be clear. We send letters to Annapolis every year, our federal representatives multiple times a year, asking for funding for I-81. One of the reasons is safety. If we're going to say safety is not a concern, then we need to take that argument out as to why we need I-81 widened. But if I-81 is a concern, then I think we need to look at things that we do and the opportunity to open up truck stops in more places, which what it does is it creates more on-off ramp traffic in more places. I think that is a concern that contributes to the factor. So I don't understand how we can tell Annapolis and DC we need more money for I-81, but yet we are contributing through zoning, just like this, with that very issue.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're beating it in the ground. It's like their new wall. I live in probably the worst part in Hagerstown. There's truck stops, convenience stores all around me on Mulgans Avenue, Pennsylvania Avenue, and Long Meadow Road. They're putting a new Wawa in. I am sure that somebody studied that traffic area and say it's fine to put that new Wawa in. I'm sure they did, and who am I? I can challenge it, but I'm not an engineer. But I think we're getting off track. So are we back to?
I think staff has their marching orders to change.
Summarize it.
Summarize, the changes that we have are for parking in BL and BG, we'll have a max of 10. In RB, we'll have a max of 5. And then overnight parking, that will only, overnight parking prohibited in BL, BG, and RB, that we will not put that restriction in highway interchange. The max number of.
3 or 4 hour limit?
Yeah, 4-hour limit's fine.
For where? In
BG,
Outside of
BL,
the
and
highway interchange.
outside of, so 3-hour limit, so we're going to define it as a 3-hour limit.
might as well take the overnight out then if you're going to define it a 3 hour. Yeah, keep it in there.
So we're going to define overnight as a 3-hour limit in BL, BG, and RB, and there's no limit in HI.
Can I ask a question of, I don't know if it's Jason or maybe Rob sitting next to you. What's the amount of downtime a trucker is required to have after any length of a haul?
I think it's around 7 hours is what I looked up. Is that right?
8 hours.
8 hours.
Thank you.
10 on, 8 off.
That's good.
Yeah, it's more complicated than that. A typical,
Rob.
I was trying to yell to the mic.
Well, 3 hours, give them 4 hours rest, get them back on the roads. Any question, really?
That's BL, BG, and RB.
I think in regards to the use of drivers that use convenience stores, the guys who need the 8-hour plus rest, they're long-haul drivers, they're the ones that are sitting at truck stops.
Yeah.
They need the showers, they need the extra rest, they need the facility. At convenience stores, the typical driver, most of the drivers on the road today, as I understand it, from DM Bowman, are they pick up a delivery, they deliver, and they get back. They're typically on a 14-hour day. They're allowed to drive 11 of those hours. So in the first 8 hours, they're mandatory to take a 30-minute rest period. So on those 3 hours, those 11 hours of driving, or let's say the 14 hours. So the 14 hours is to give time to load and give time to unload. They're probably going to rest about 3 hours during that day.
So 4 hours is enough.
4 hours at the convenience store location where you want drivers to go in, use the facilities, get their rest, which is a safety issue. You don't want drivers on the road.
So I'm glad you answered that, Rob. And my question, I didn't know what the answer to it was, but my question, it just shows that, Randy, when we, and others, not just you, but when we throw out, well, let's have this many hours downtime, let's have that many hours. You're shooting from the hip. It has nothing to do with safety or we're just making up things. And in an issue this important, when you have this many people and more reach out to us, don't shoot from the hip, study.
Gotcha.
And I'm disappointed that here we go again with an important issue that's come up with us time and again. We don't know what the needs are, whether it's how many hours the truck driver needs to rest or how many accidents are taking place on our highways. We're just throwing out things. And that is so frustrating. I can't, it's just frustrating.
All right, so where are we at with the summary?
So the summary is parking spaces, I'm just going to start at the top, BL, BG, 10 max, RB, max 5, no limit in highway interchange. Overnight parking in BL, BG, and RB, we're going to define overnight as a 4-hour limit, and there's no limit in highway interchange.
That's good. Let's roll.
Good.
Okay.
Okay. Make those corrections or adjustments?
We'll make those corrections, and then Joe will get it back on the agenda.
Okay. With that, we have a second public hearing.
Close that one. You have to close this one, or?
Yeah, we already closed it.
We already closed it.
Yeah, we already closed, yeah. Okay, the next hearing is public hearing concerning the application for zoning text amendment RZ-23-003. The purpose of this hearing is to hear public testimony concerning the proposed text amendment. Procedure is follows. We will first have staff introduce the matter, after which the hearing will be open for public comment and testimony. Public comment and testimony is limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Would anyone who would like to testify today please stand for the oath? We need to do that again.
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else here for the next amendment? Jason? Barbara? Okay. Yeah, we do have a few.
Okay.
Okay. They must,
They can stand there. They don't have to, oh, they're leaving.
they're leaving.
Okay. Do you hereby solemnly swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God?
Okay, moving forward quickly, I would like to go ahead and turn things over to our Planning and Zoning Director. Will now introduce the matter.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think some of this is going to be redundant, so I'll try to get through this very quickly. As stated, we are here today to take public comment on proposed text amendments to the county zoning ordinance. They are related to the use of truck stops in the county. Currently, the ordinance does have a definition of truck stops that lists the types of amenities associated with it. With regard to the location of these, the ordinance currently permits truck stops as a special exception use in the highway interchange district. This amendment seeks to clarify the definition of a truck stop and reevaluate where these uses should be permitted. Within the agenda packet is a staff report that includes the proposed amendments by the Planning Commission that are shown in red. Also included within that report are potential changes to the language based on public comments received as part of the public participation process. They are shown in blue. All of these amendments are associated with the definition and location of truck stops. First of all, the amendment addresses the issue of where these types of uses should be permitted in our zoning districts. Amendments proposed by the Planning Commission included change that allows truck stops to be permitted as a principally permitted use in the highway interchange, thus not requiring a public hearing. Based on public comment, this change is proposed to be eliminated, and truck stops would continue to be only permitted as a special exception use after a public hearing held by the Board of Zoning Appeals. Second part of this amendment addresses the definition of a truck stop. All of the amendments proposed seek to further clarify the types of uses associated with a truck stop. In addition to the proposed amendments of the Planning Commission, minor changes are proposed to supplement and further clarify the definition in order to differentiate it between a convenience store. Public input meeting was held on June 5th, 2023 to take public comment on this rezoning case. Since the introduction of these amendments, the public comment period has been open. Several hundred emails and letters have been submitted to the county commissioners and the Planning Commission. Let's see here.
You skipped that part.
There were also several pieces of correspondence that specifically call out the proposed truck stop at the intersection of Lappins and Spielman Road. Again, this should be understood that the text amendments will be applied equally across the county and not specifically related to this project. And I'm done.
Okay. At this point, I'd like to open the hearing for public comment. And anyone wishing to testify, I guess road number 2. Road number 3. Jason?
For the record, Jason Divalbus, 11125 Beamsturfer Road, Greencastle, Pennsylvania, and I would simply like to incorporate by reference everything I said in the first hearing into this hearing. And the materials that were submitted to you, I would direct you to the suggested alternative definition for truck stop, which provides objective criteria that can be used to distinguish between the convenience store and the truck stop. And then with regard to the traffic impact study discussion, I believe, Scott would be the authority, but I believe the county does have a standard set of criteria for what is to be included and considered in their traffic impact studies. If you wish to take a look at that and expand the scope of that, or expand the data or the criteria that are used, I do believe that that would be the vehicle to do it, as opposed to providing some sort of specific direction into the zoning ordinance. I believe the county does have a standard to say, here's what we want to see in our traffic impact studies and evaluated by the engineer. That would be one suggestion. And I have nothing else to add to the second public hearing, other than everything I said with the first public hearing, as it may relate.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else from third row? Ladies?
Hello, Michelle Rosenfeld, One Research Court, Rockville, Maryland. I also would like to incorporate all the comments that I made earlier in connection with text amendment RZ 230001. More specifically, with respect to the truck stop definition, I have several requests and some supplemental information. First of all, with respect to the 5-minute idling rule, which was referenced earlier, that is a provision in Maryland State Code. It prohibits tractor trailers from idling more than 5 minutes, but there are some significant exceptions to that, including allowing for the operation of, for example, cooling mechanisms. So a truck could park overnight and idle for 7 or 8 hours. I would ask that there be a prohibition against idling for more than 5 minutes at this within the highway interchange zone, because that introduces a component of noise and pollution that otherwise would not be introduced at that location. I also would recommend that in addition to the safety parameters discussed earlier, that there be a prohibition against truck stop located within a quarter of a mile of a diamond interchange. The question here is not whether or not I-81 is safe or unsafe or has too much traffic. The question is, are you introducing what I'm going to describe in my term, an attractive nuisance? Are you establishing a use that's going to bring additional tractor-trailer traffic into the county that otherwise would not come to that location? You have received information describing how tractor-trailer introduces higher rates of death if there are collisions with pedestrians and with passenger vehicles. The other point that I would like to make is that unlike the specific location, zoning, vehicles don't respect zoning lines. You may be talking about the difference between the highway interchange zone and these other business zones. Once a tractor trailer enters the county to come to a location in the highway interchange zone, they're going to travel throughout the county. The wear and tear on your local roads, That's a county obligation, that's not paid for by developers. Public safety concerns, additional public safety impacts, those are not taken care of by developers on a long-term basis. And fatality rates, those are not taken care of by developers. So the tax benefits that you're talking about, the business willingness to pay for certain things, those are subsidized in the future by county obligations to address the impacts. So again, I reiterate the fact that there are serious safety concerns. I think that you can create an objective safety measure with respect to taking into consideration a diamond interchange and how close you want to locate a new truck stop in proximity to that. And I also ask that you limit the amount of time that trucks can idle, even at a truck stop, because this is not a situation where you have people moving into a new location. You are bringing a truck stop into an existing community. I'm happy to answer questions, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, row 3. Row 4. Top row.
Better be careful, I'm getting comfortable sitting up here. Rob Ferree again, representing Bowman Development, and I live at 16235 Schaefer Road. Much of what I previously said applies to this text amendment as well, but I'd like to clarify some things. Number one, we talked a lot about traffic and traffic engineers and traffic studies. I think Michelle mentioned it, but you ought to talk to Scott. That's an engineering department function. Being at the developer end of that, it's quite extensive, it's quite expensive, and I'll just give you an example. The Exit 1 project has been talked about. The traffic study in the county and the state required the developer to do, this is probably underestimated because time has gone, over $3 million worth of road improvements to that intersection, which I travel 4 times a day, and it can be improved. And again, it won't be improved under your budget. It'll be improved with the developer's funds, and that'll benefit everybody. And there's many cases like that. So get your information from your engineer, get the process, understand what goes through in these studies. There is a planning process. To Commissioner Kiefer's points, I don't know about that big bull store, but I can tell you today it wouldn't happen under the planning process. You've got to meet requirements. The county's strict on it, the state's strict on it. There's regulations and requirements that these developments have to meet today. And that's unfortunate that that store has evolved over the years to what it is today. Now, to give you an example, on truck stops versus C-stores. These C-stores that we're looking at along the interstate that will have some truck parking are in the area of 9 to 10 acres. That allows room for the circulation of trucks, separate entrances for trucks to keep it away from the autos and stuff they use in the convenience store. It gives you room to handle all that along with the truck parking. A truck stop today takes 20 to 25, probably 30 acres. In reality, in Washington County, along the interstates, where are you going to find 25 or 30 acres? Okay, now I realize you guys have responsibility to what if, but in reality, from a developer's point of view, there's not land for to develop a truck stop along the interstates. One reason why these C-stores are looking for smaller sites, and there's very limited sites of those available. But that gives you kind of a difference between the size. And of course, going back to the C-store, I just made a comment here. I think some of you guys are headed this way. If you're concerned about C-stores growing to 10,000, 20,000 square feet, and therefore the ratio of parking goes up and there's more trucks, maybe limit to 7,000. The biggest C-store now that we're involved in, and these are early stages, is 6,900 square feet.
That's not a bad idea.
Okay, I think that's pretty much all I have to say. I mean, I have to say, again, there's a lot that goes into these new developments. There's a lot that goes into the traffic. I do know that exit ramps are considered in these traffic studies. And I guess if you have issues that you don't like, that's a discussion to have with the state, traffic engineers, and the county engineering department. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, do the commissioners have any questions or comments?
I think a lot of my questions and concerns with the previous agenda item run very parallel. The only additional thing I would add is I think the last speaker there just mentioned smaller sites, different zoning, and I just envision that as we're coming into neighborhoods with truck stops, and that worries me.
You want to take it under deliberation and bring it back?
You need to close the hearing.
Right, but I'll close it first, but.
Yeah.
Okay, at this point in time, the public hearing is now concluded, and I think consensus is we'll take this one also under advisement.
Bring them both back together, yeah.
Yeah. Right. At a later date.
Any changes to this one?
Anybody have any suggested changes?
Is there a way, when we bring them back, I agree, bring them back together, but can we have both hearings at the same time? Because they do run so close, and I think many of the people who spoke at the first hearing, well, spoke at the second hearing, and just, is there any issue with hearing them both at the same time? So,
Legally.
Need to have another public
I don't think we need another hearing.
No, I don't think
Okay.
another hearing would be
It would just be
required.
another agenda item.
Right, just be on the agenda.
Could, the idea there about limiting C-store size isn't intriguing if we're concerned about, but maybe the purchasable land is a limiting factor. I'm not sure how to think that one through. That was just mentioned by Mr. Fari.
they're going to
On
come into your
C-stores.
neighborhoods.
On C-stores.
That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, so, can we get some more thoughts on that? Implications of C-store size as a limit, imposing an upper size limit, which is what was just mentioned.
So we could add to the definition of the truck stop is what you're suggesting, that if the building size is 7,000 square feet or greater, it would be considered a truck stop. Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, yeah.
Do we have a consensus for that? Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay, so Jill, can we incorporate that into the truck stop definition?
It would go into the convenience store.
Okay, we go into both of them.
Do we know if there's any, nah, never mind, that's good. We'll-
Is that okay? It's better
They would be
than nothing.
grandfathered in.
Oh, that's true.
Jill, would you provide us a list of all the changes that you're going to take back and incorporate into these?
Now or later?
Later, not now, but as you're incorporating these changes, could you give us a bullet point of what has changed since what was presented to us today?
Yeah, this gets really convoluted, I get that.
Take your time.
Okay.
Okay.
I'd like to take a quick recess, but I think we'll forgo that. If everyone agrees, we're terribly behind our schedule, and I know so we have a number of folks here anxiously waiting, so I'm going to move right into Donate Life Month proclamation, and I think Sonia,
I was going to say good morning, but it's actually good afternoon. I'm assuming the mic is on, is that sound?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right. I actually don't need a mic, but. So today with me, I have Heidi Valera. She is a family service coordinator with Infinite Legacy. And to my left, I have Taylor Reed. I'm going to let her speak in a minute, but so you may know or may not know, April is Donate Life Month. And I have some other guests here with me from the Division of Emergency Services, and I have my husband, Tom, here, and I have Mike Butler here from the Western Maryland Donate Life Ambassador Group. The Division of Emergency Services did a fundraiser for Donate Life Month, and a portion of our shirts and sweatshirt sales were donated to Infinite Legacy. So I'm just going to say some quick words. I'm going to let Taylor speak, and then I'm going to let Heidi speak, okay? So Tom and I became advocates for organ donation when our oldest son, Quinn, at the age 17, succumbed to injuries sustained from an automobile accident. His pancreas, liver, and kidneys were donated on March 20th, 2012. Quinn expressed his wish to be an organ donor a month before he passed, while presenting a project in his biomedical class at Tech High. His organs saved 3 women, one that we have met and kept in touch with. She is a single mother with 1 daughter. One of our favorite movies we watched when Quinn was alive was P.S. I Love You. One of the songs in the movie is If I Ever Leave This World Alive by Flogging Molly. One day while watching the movie for the 100th time, he said, "Mommy, what does it mean?" Come here. He said, "Mommy, what does it mean to leave this world alive?" I said, "Quinn, I don't know." Well, he found out what it means to leave this world alive, because he left this world living in others by organ donation. We took a tragedy and made lemonade with it by adhering to his wishes. When I hug his recipient, Michelle, I feel as though I'm hugging Quinn because he is still alive in her. When we die, we can't take our organs with us. Be a hero, leave a legacy, and be an organ donor. Be the hope that someone is praying for. And Taylor, tell your story.
My name is Taylor Reed. Me and my husband became organ donors in 2012 because of her son, Quinn. He was in my graduating class, and my husband, Zach, was on scene of the accident that night. My husband, Zach, was the current fire chief of the Clear Spring Volunteer Fire Company at the time of his passing. He also was a 9-year veteran of Hagerstown Fire Department. He became an organ donor because of Quinn. They were able to harvest both his corneas, which has already been donated to a 72-year-old male in Arkansas, and the left one was donated to a 78-year-old male in New York. He has multiple skin grafts harvested at Baltimore Shock Trauma and the Burn Center, and have not been used yet. I just wanted to give a shout out to Heidi. I have 3 little girls at home that was ages 7, 4, and 1 at the time of him passing. I spoke to Heidi on the phone hours after my husband passed away. And overnight, she sent the biggest box of hero teddy bears for my girls. All kinds of souvenirs to remember that not only was their dad a first responder and went to work every day with the mentality of knowing that he could possibly save a life, but also after he passed away, he was able to continue to give to people and save their lives. So, thank you. Girls appreciate it.
And I'm Heidi Polera. I'm a Family Services Coordinator for Infinite Legacy. We are the local nonprofit organ procurement organization in the Baltimore and Washington, D.C. metro area. And I have the honor of being at hospitals and talking to people like Sonia and Taylor at one of the worst times of their life. And it is amazing to me that in that moment that anybody can even think of anybody else. Yet many, many people do it. And it is humbling, and it is very rewarding. We have a great need for organ donation. Sadly, in this country, every day, 16 people die waiting on the waiting list. And every 8 minutes, another person is added. So it's all going in the wrong direction every day. A single organ donor can save 8 lives and help countless people through tissue gifts. We work along all the 68 hospitals in this region, and along with, of course, getting people off the waiting list. One of our biggest missions is to honor donors and the legacy that they live and support their families. And I am very touched to be here today, and I will gladly take this proclamation back to our organization and share that with everyone there who does this work.
Thank you. We do have a proclamation to present. We'll do that over here in front of the flags, and then we'll do some photos.
Never bring tissues. Hold this flag.
It's my pleasure to present Donate Life Month Proclamation, April 2024. Whereas more than 100,000 Americans await life-saving or life-enhancing organ transplants, of which nearly 4,000 reside in Maryland and the Metro DC area. And whereas the need for organ, eye, and tissue donation remains critical as a new patient is added to the national waiting list for an organ transplant every 8 minutes. And on average, 17 people die each day while waiting for a life-saving organ transplant. Whereas the most effective way to address this health crisis is to advocate and to encourage citizens to commit to actions. Register your decision to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor at donatelife.net or at your local motor vehicle administration. By becoming an organ, eye, and tissue donor, one individual can save and heal the lives of more than 75 people. During National Donate Life Month, we honor the compassion and generosity of registered donors, donor families, and living donors. We recognize the commitment of medical professionals, researchers, national partners, and all those who work tirelessly to save and heal lives through donation and transplantation. Now, therefore, we, the Board of County Commissioners of Washington County, do hereby proclaim April 2024 as Donate Life Month and encourage all the citizens to register the decision to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor at donatelife.net or register at or their local motor vehicle administration, presented this 9th day of April. And if we want to go up here, we'll get a picture, we'll get the whole gang.
Okay. All right.
Sonia, I'll leave greens.
Thank you. Coming up, guys. Coming forward.
all squeeze in there.
We all squeeze in here?
You're good. She'll tell us how to.
She's gonna tell us what to do.
You pack it in.
on me, I can look over the top of it.
That's perfect. That'll be great. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Jeff, always good. Yes, sir. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it okay if we do this next one and then take a recess? Because they're staff, internal staff, the next time. Before we move on to the next item, I'd just like to make a public comment that we're going to do the budget adjustment for state's attorney, and then we're going to take a probably 10 to 15-minute recess. We've been going here for several hours. So the following budget discussions may be bumped another 10, 15 minutes or so. So at this time, Gina, you want to come on up and we'll review the
tough act to follow. My name is Gina Cerencione. I'm the state's attorney for Washington County, Maryland. And seated to my left is Sarah Mollet-Gomer. She's my operations deputy, in case you have questions about the package of software that we are intending to purchase. We're here today because we're asking that you move $243,000 from our software equipment budget into the general fund CIP account for the fiscal year '24. We had budgeted for this software. It's actually software that will take the place of several other programs, which will streamline what we do. There are different safety components in it. There's storage components to it. It's something we've discussed at length with IT. Unfortunately, the procedure to get a contract has taken longer than we anticipated. And so we are not going to be able to complete this before June 30th, 2024. Therefore, we are asking that, and I believe the budget adjustment has been submitted, so we are asking for that money to be moved from the state's attorney budget to the general fund CIP budget.
Okay.
Motion approved.
Motion, we have a second? Yeah. Okay, motion and second to approve the budget transfer. All in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to go to recess?
10-minute recess.
Go to recess.
Can we do that?
Let's go to recess.
Okay. Okay, we're back online. I appreciate everyone's patience. It's been a rather busy morning. At this time, FY '25 golf course budget. Gentlemen?
Before they actually get started, we announced earlier that we had moved the public hearing up to May the 14th for the fiscal year '25 budget. However, none of us really considered the fact that that's actually the primary election day. Are we available on May the 15th to hold that public hearing on the 15th instead of the 14th? I don't want to make it difficult for people to come to the public hearing if they need to vote. Is the 15th okay? It'll be Wednesday, Public Safety Training Center, same time,
Wednesday, May 15th.
instead of the 14th.
6 in the evening?
Yes, same time.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, all right.
Very good, very
Yep,
good.
we're good with that. We'll get the announcement out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Andrew Echelon, Director of Public Works.
Ryan Crabtree, Black Rock Golf Course Manager.
We're here to provide an overview of the I believe it's actually FY '25 golf course budget. This year, the golf course has a $1.5 million annual budget with an increase over FY '24 by about $143,000, largely due to increases in step, COLA, and salary scale realignment. That's part of countywide recommendations, as well as on the maintenance side, increased costs for chemicals, utilities, carts, and contract services. I'll hit the high points here, and Ryan will give an overview of where we're at in terms of the golfing activity and where things stand there with tournament play. As far as how the budget is structured, on the revenue side, we have several categories. The golfing fees, which we are proposing to increase fees this year, $3 to $4 per round, depending on really what the offering is. There's a number of different category codes there, just to help recoup some of the expenses that we have, and we feel this is also keeping us very competitive and affordable compared to some other area courses. We also have pro shop sales, and we have the restaurant category, which, again, we're excited that we've been recently partnering with Carolyn Crosby, who is running the restaurant at the golf course, the 19th hole at Black Rock, and so she's getting up and going, providing food service to the golfers out there, and we'll be looking forward to having a grand opening then when things become more established. So we're very excited about that, and that'll be a revenue opportunity for us at the golf course. And then the miscellaneous, which with respect to the general fund, that's always a question. So the golf course has been doing relatively well compared to budget in the past several years. And so in this year's budget, the general fund contribution will decrease from about $428,000 in FY '24 to $112,930, with about $158,000 coming from the golf course fund balance. So essentially that balance is there where when we kind of beat projections year to year, it rolls over into that account. And so for the FY '25 budget, we're going to be dipping into that a little bit to cover the difference. And so that's the reason for the change there. Under expenses, there's several categories for general operations as well as the clubhouse. Course maintenance is the big one to take care of the course itself. And we still do have a little bit of expenses in the restaurant side, just because when we did present the budget, we weren't certain what was going to happen, and we'll have a few owner-operated expenses into '25, and that should taper down. Ryan, you want to give an update on golf?
So on the golf side, we have 40 total tournaments for the rest of this calendar year, 24 of them being nonprofit. Last year we gained the $1 million golf shot by United Way, so they're coming back again this year. We have 100 players in our Tuesday morning senior league. We also have Potomac Edison, Mac Volvo, Antietam Brewery. We have a 48-player ladies league, and then the Elks League on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday evenings. We also do 2 junior golf clinics, one in May and one in September. We're looking forward to the upcoming season, using the completed clubhouse renovations, working with our food service partner in the 19th hole. Like Andrew said, they've had a soft opening providing food service, but we look forward to scheduling a grand opening event. So.
Are there any questions?
I have a question, Andrew, and if you could maybe just send it to us in an email. I know we're really behind and it's not an urgent matter, but could you give us a summary of the fund reserve balance for the golf course when you get a moment, and what the balance is?
The balance right
and
now?
You know,
Yeah,
when it's been used.
Actually have that. Okay, so, let's see. About 867,000 right now, and there's a minimum amount we need to keep just for,
What is that minimum?
it's 25% of the operating budget. Is that correct?
So what would that dollar amount be? 25% of?
Yeah, 25% of the budget, so about $340,000 or so, give or take, would be the minimum that you need to keep just for, I think, financial prudence and standards.
Could you give us a summary over the last couple of years of when it's been drawn from, added to, kind of a?
Certainly, I know the past couple of years it's been added to, and Budget and Finance can assist with that.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, other questions, concerns? Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you. Next item is FY 2025 transit budget. Good afternoon, Kevin.
Good afternoon. Kevin Cerrone, Transit Director.
Andrew Eschwin, Director of Public Works.
If I may, I'd like to deviate just a little bit from the typical budget presentation process. With my imminent retirement just around the corner, my time with you today is my last budget presentation as your Transit Director. 28 years ago, I sat in front of the Board of County Commissioners as the new Transit Director. Beside me was Ted Wolford as he presented the Transit Department's budget. Ted was overseeing the department during the transition. Gary Rohr was the Public Works Director at the time. The year was 1996. I sit here today with Andrew Eschwin at my side, your current Public Works Director. From 1996 to today, the Board of County Commissioners have doubled Washington County Public Transit's access, fulfilling the need of many local citizens. A little insight to WCT's success. In 1996, transit programs offered by WCT were 2, fixed route and taxi vouchers. Today there are 4, fixed route, ADA paratransit jobs as part of Washington County Department of Social Services, and the taxi voucher program. In 1996, transit-related facilities consisted of 1. Today there are 2, including the transfer center directly behind this building. In addition, numerous passenger amenities, shelters were added. The number of transit vehicles in the fleet in 1996, 15. Today, 26. In 1996, the Transit Department's operational budget was $1.5 million. Today, it is over $3 million. Of that, the federal portion of subsidized funding in 1996 was $450,000. Today, it's pushing over $1 million. The number of employees was 30. Today, we have 60. Ridership in 1996 was 250,000 rides annually. Over the past 28 years, we have peaked at 520,000 trips annually. None of this was achieved on my own. The doubling took a team of dedicated Transit Department employees, along with the assistance of many, many county admin staff and numerous human service agencies, including the Commission on Aging and Department of Social Services. I cannot express enough the gratitude to those responsible for the success of public transportation in Washington County. The following are some highlights of the FY25 transit budget request. While the request indicates a 14% increase in expenses, revenues as a result of the transit fund reserves and CARES Act funding completely offset the increase. State match funding remains flat for fiscal year 25. As you know, the state out-year match dollars are still being debated. 75% of the transit budget is somewhat fixed, resulting in minimal internal fluctuation without affecting services offered. Of the 14% overall increase, almost 90% of that amount is associated with employee salaries and benefits. Without going through the budget request line by line, I'm more than happy to answer any questions and/or allow Andrew to add any additional comment?
Well, I guess I'll first say I've really appreciated Kevin and his time here. He's been very steadfast and reliable, and certainly he's one of the transit experts in the state, and he served the other counties well in his role through different transit agencies, TAM. And so I'll very much miss him, but I know he has a house waiting for him in much sunnier climates. So this won't be the last time we'll be able to honor Kevin, but I do want to thank you.
Thank you.
So
Thank
thank you, Kevin.
So beat me up, it's the last one.
We're gonna let you learn a thing, Kevin. Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Questions, comments?
Thank you for your
Thank you.
service.
It's great
Thank you,
work.
Kevin.
Thank you.
Work. It's important to the community. Thank you.
Still working on your,
Okay. Before you retire.
Okay. Again, thank you, Kevin. Next up, FY 2025 Airport Fund Budget. Neil, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Neil Doran, Airport Director.
Andy Rushland, Director of Public Works.
Yes. Please do.
So again, we're here to present the FY25 airport budget, and like several other budgets in the county, this one is an enterprise fund, and so we do recognize that the funds raised by the revenue help pay for the expenses, and so this year in the budget, there's not any general fund financial support. The budget total is about $3.7 million. And so while we are here talking about the operating budget, it's important to recognize the link between the operating and the capital budget because there is a sizable $1.22 million appropriation from the airport's operating budget to the capital budget, and that goes to fund non-grant eligible projects as well as serve as a grant match to other projects. And so we are in a very project-heavy period right now. Working through some backlog as well as the build bipartisan infrastructure law projects, which have a short window to complete those before the funds are exhausted. So it's important to recognize. There's also a matching effect with several revenue and expense items, such for example, hopefully you've seen that we were able to expand commercial service operations with Allegiant. So as we staff those flights, there's more expense, but then we also receive some revenue from them through different means. So there's a lot of good news at the airport and the local aviation community. We've increased commercial flights, record employments. We've also heard about PIA expanding. We've attended ribbon cuttings at the Williamsport High School in the aviation program, the Hagerstown Aviation Museum and the work that they've done, and the Hagerstown Boxcars bringing aviation awareness to the community. We do have financial challenges, and this is a consistent theme, greater cost shifting to the airport. The state is planning to reduce by 25% what was already a meager Regional Aviation Assistance Grant Program. These programs aid state airports like HGR, and so that reduction means there's less state assistance to help with those matching grant requirements, let alone support other non-FAA eligible projects like security enhancements. Another item, an example, Homeland Security and TSA are also enforcing more strict security protocols, which these measures do provide a robust security program. So the safety experience you'd have, at Hagerstown would be the same as any larger commercial service airport. But this is not something they provide funding assistance for. So an example is the Law Enforcement Officer Reimbursement Program. Previously, they provided $20 an hour assistance for that joint benefit. As of May 1st, that will be an expense that the airport must solely bear on our own. We partner through the Sheriff's Office for that and pay the overtime rate. All this to say that we believe it's important for the airport to continue with its strategic plan so the airport has the tools to be self-supporting because the trend is greater expectations but less state and federal financial support. And so while there's some things we've discussed before, such as parking fees, PFCs that are in the package, some of that's for the purpose of intent, but we have not yet included that in the budget as a revenue source to be conservative. On the expense side, new this year is some consolidation in the expense accounts. There is accounts for business parks, T-hangars, fuel farm operations, and rental properties. And full-time staffing would actually be split between where they spent their hours. And so sometimes there'd be blurred lines between where expenses such as a taxiway repair may go versus is it a T-hanger or a business park expense. And so consolidated those into maintenance and facility accounts, and I think that'll make cost tracking and expenses more level and predictable from year to year. I was going to turn it over to Neil now for some more airport-specific points.
Yes, so a few years ago during the pandemic, the FAA had a program to issue like CARES Act grants and support to airports. That went to our airport fund, and we've been drawing on that for the last few years. And that assists us in our revenue picture. But in the matter of revenue, that picture is improving. And our current budget does not include monies for the passenger facilities charge that we hope to implement, and it also does not include the parking revenue. And we still want to do that, but we were uncertain of the timing of when that money would come through, and also to accurately predict how much it would generate. We know about the charge, but might we make the number of available spaces larger now with this decision point? So the revenue picture is balanced as we present to you, but it would hopefully look even better with the growth in airline flights. We project increased revenue for our snack bar there in the terminal with greater passenger volume, and we're also making modest enhancements in the number of, the scope of available food and non-food items for sale. We're also seeking to establish modest fees at the airport for various elective staff services that we've been providing for free over the years. The things that normally commercial service airports charge for, such as the airport security badges that need to be supplied and associated training and background checks and that sort of thing that are very costly. Really, these fees are just a reimbursement for the airport for its costs, and they are in line with the fees that are normally charged at commercial service airports. There are other example services like key and lock services for our hangars, or providing companies escort services out at the airfield to do their projects. We also, Sierra Nevada is anticipating the use of their jet aircraft for a flight test program that would start this summer. And this would mean that our fire department would need to provide standby service with 6 firefighters instead of the 3 that we've been supplying now. So we will have increased costs for ARF, but we hope to increase our charges. That also helps balance that out. We're also seeing some increases with the PIA expansion. The good news of that, the Ryder Jet Center's Hangar 26 expansion brings in a little bit more. The 12 residential homes the airport owns, increasingly, as we release those, we're raising rates to fair market value, and that's helping as well. And then we have those scheduled increases in CPI provisions in our leases that are helping as well. As you're also aware of, the fees paid by Allegiant Airlines, we negotiated an increase on that, and the uptick in activity levels helps. So in 2021, we had 185 flights. 2022, we had 215 flights. This year, we expect to have 300 flights for 2024. So with this increase, we'll see increased car rental activity, and there's a gross revenue fee remitted to the airport. And that's another example of how growth in airline flights will help support the business of the enterprise fund and the self-supporting airport we have. Happy to answer any questions you may have on our budget.
Questions?
I just want to point out that the rate structure for revenues and the fees that we charge builds in about a 4% increase in rates, and we'll bring that back later to go over the entire rate structure that we normally do. I just wanted to make sure you're aware that it's a 4% increase.
When will pay to park come into play?
We're hoping to implement it in the next fiscal year.
Next year.
But a lot, it could be within fiscal year 25. It's just the design and permitting and all of those things. It's very hard to predict now exactly what it would generate and exactly when it would come online for budget purposes. So we view that revenue to be extra beyond what we've outlined here, which of course is needed.
Okay, anything else?
That's it, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is presentation of the 2025 to 2034 capital budget, draft number 2.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chief Financial Officer Kelsey Mays.
Zane Garrett, Deputy Director, Budget and Finance.
And real quick, a housekeeping item before we move into this discussion. I would need a consensus to take the rates that the airport is proposing to public hearing on May 7th.
Motion?
Yeah, I'm good.
Is that consensus or a motion?
I just need a consensus to take them to hearing.
We're good.
Thank you. So draft 1 of the capital improvement budget was presented on February 13th, 2024. Based on feedback from both the county commissioners and requesters, the following changes have been made. So we reduced Board of Ed capital maintenance in FY25 to remove Board of Ed contributions and rebalance project costs in state dollars based on the decreased local share being provided. The replacement middle high school 1 was pushed out beyond the 10-year plan. General fund and bond funding in years 2031 through 2034 were reallocated to the replacement elementary school 2 project, Board of Ed capital maintenance, building systemics, information systems replacement, the Public Safety Training Center Tactical Village, patrol vehicle replacement, canteen rehab unit replacement, safety officer vehicles, pavement maintenance, and general fund contingency. The reallocation of these funds allowed a reduction in the use of capital reserves in 2032 and a reduction in Board of Ed contributions in 29 and 30. There has been no change in the amount of bond funding or general fund contribution for any of the 10 years included in the plan, and the new FY25 capital budget amount is $65,785,000.
Okay. Questions or concerns? Yes, there is none, so thank you.
Thank you.
I think everybody's wore out today.
I kept it brief for you.
Our next item is Foreign Trade Zone number 255, zone schedule changes, including fees and reorganization of structure. Linda is not here.
Yeah, come on in. That's up to John, but I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I'm okay, yeah.
Another minute and knock this out. All right. So this is the Weaver Rural Legacy Program. Conservation easement. I'm Chris Boggs, Rural Preservation Administrator, Department of Planning and Zoning. The Weaver property is located at 3940 Trigo Road in Keedysville, and it's one of those nice agricultural, scenic, environmental, and historic properties. It's mostly agricultural. There is some woods on the property, and the property itself houses a site on the Maryland Inventory of Historic Places, which is, in its state, currently is ruins of an old farmhouse and barn. Parcel also buffers about 3,500 feet of tributaries to the Little Antietam Creek. It's going to take 6 development rights, the easement will extinguish 6 development rights, and it is contiguous to hundreds of acres of preserved land already in the area. Since 1998, the county's been awarded over $31 million to purchase rural legacy easements on over 8,700 acres of land near and around the Antietam battlefield. They are 100%, the funds for this project and most of our rural legacy projects are 100% state dollars. Additionally, the state will provide us with 3% of the easement value for administrative expenses and 1.5% for compliance and monitoring costs. Of course, if we reject the funds for this easement, they'll be allocated to other counties in Maryland.
The recommended motion is to approve the Carlin A. Weaver and Christy A. Weaver Dubois Rural Legacy easement in the amount of $347,897.30 over 85.853 easement acres, and adopt the ordinance approving the easement purchase. Any questions?
Motion to approve. Oh, did someone motion it? No.
Make a motion? Yeah, Derek made the motion. Second?
Wayne seconded.
Oh, Wayne did, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, ready to vote? Ready to vote? All in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, 5-0.
And I did just want to add one more thing. You guys, did you all see the press release that came out yesterday?
Yeah.
Hit 40,000 acres of permanently preserved land in the county. That's pretty exciting milestone. Yes, that's already in place. It's for this coming application cycle.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay. Oh, okay, Linda, you're here. We'll go back to Foreign Trade Zone number 255, zone schedule changes including fees and reorganization of structure.
Good afternoon. Linda Spence, Business Specialist for the Department of Business and Economic Development.
Jonathan Horwitz, Director of Business and Economic Development.
We're here today to seek consensus for approving minor yet necessary changes to Foreign Trade Zone 255 zone schedule. As you may recall, on February 14th of 2023, you, the Board of County Commissioners of Washington County, approved the reorganization of the Foreign Trade Zone from a traditional site framework to an alternative site framework. However, the zone schedule was not updated at that time, and these changes are crucial to keeping potential and current users informed. Additionally, we propose updating the Foreign Trade Zone Administrator's contact information on the cover sheet and correcting the name of our department to the Department of Business and Economic Development throughout the document. Are there any questions?
Don't hear any.
Motion to, is it a motion? Yeah.
Consensus, I think?
Consensus.
Consensus? Everybody good?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next item, Hagerstown Eastern Panhandle Metropolitan Planning Organization, better known as HEMPO, budget amendment request.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. Matt Molinax, Executive Director of the Hagerstown Eastern Panhandle MPO.
Jill Baker, Director of the Department of Planning and Zoning.
Yep, so this agenda item has to do with earlier this fiscal year, the City of Hagerstown was awarded a grant from Federal Highway Administration for a Safe Streets for All Safety Action Plan. To streamline the completion of the study, the city reached out to the MPO to utilize our on-call transportation planning contract to minimize or to maximize the amount of time and resources that the grant awarded to be dedicated directly to the study itself. So as the work is completed by the consultant, they will invoice the MPO. In turn, we will invoice the City of Hagerstown. No county funds would be used for the study.
Any comments, discussion, questions?
Motion to approve.
Just a motion or?
Consensus?
Consensus.
Consensus.
Probably consensus. I mean, it's not,
Move to approve.
Michelle, I think we need a vote, correct?
do we need to vote on
Amend the
this?
budget?
Recommended motion.
Yes, you would need a vote on this because it requires a budget adjustment and to amend the budget.
Even though it's not-
Motion to
Okay,
approve.
whatever. We have a first and a second, ready to vote. All in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, 5-0. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Jill. Next item is construction bid award, stream restoration at Smithsburg High School.
Good afternoon, Scott Hobbs, Director of Engineering. I'm here to recommend the award for the stream restoration at Smithsburg High School contract to the lowest responsible bidder, Green Ridge Contractors of Hagerstown, Maryland, in the amount of $600,000, which includes the base bid of $570,000 plus the ad alternate of $30,000. The project was advertised in the Herald Mail, on the county's website, and email Marketplace Advantage. 3 bids were received on Wednesday, March 20th. The bids have been evaluated and the low bid is in order. The engineer's estimate was $700,000. This is a 200 calendar day design build contract which involves the restoration of approximately 1,100 lineal feet of a tributary to Grove Creek on the Smithsburg High School campus. The project involves stream channel restoration, vegetative plantings, outfall stabilization measures, and the replacement of pedestrian bridges. The ad alternate item involves upgrading one of the pedestrian bridges to accommodate vehicular loading as requested by Washington County Public School staff. The project will improve water quality in accordance with standards set forth by Maryland in the Clean Water Act and address the MPDS permit. This is a budgeted capital improvement project. Total expenses are estimated at $630,000, and WCPS would cover the cost for the upgrade. Any questions?
No. Okay. Have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve as submitted. All in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you. Thanks, Scott. 5-0. Project award under engineering services contract, PUR 1421, minor bridge inspections.
Yes, good afternoon again. Scott Hobbs, Director of Engineering. I recommend the award of the minor bridge inspections project under the engineering services requirements contract, PUR 1421, to the lowest responsible bidder, Brutus and Associates, in the amount of $120,135. Requests for proposals were provided to the list of consultants under the requirements contract, PUR 1421. 4 price proposals were received and opened on Wednesday, March 27th. Proposals were evaluated and the lowest price proposal is in order. The minor bridge inspection program involves visual, hands-on inspection of county-owned structures. A minor structure is defined as a culvert or bridge with a span of 6 to 20 feet. Minor structures are routinely inspected every 4 years, and the work involves providing the county with inspection reports for review and use in managing maintenance, repair, or replacement needs based on the conditions observed. This is a budgeted capital improvement project.
So you're, this got, for $120,000 are inspecting, how many bridges are you?
200 minor structures we have, and we have 95 major structures that are over 20-foot spans that are inspected every 2 years, but this is just regarding the minor structures we classify 6 to 20-foot spans.
So how do you explain the difference in the bids? One's $505,000 and one's $120,000. What explains one asking basically nearly $400,000 more for the same work?
The man hours, the time involved with going from bridge to bridge and inspecting the 200 and the schedules that they develop of how long it takes. Some of the consultants are more well-versed when it comes to some of these inspections and more familiar with that. So the time frames are less with their travel and their time to inspect each bridge based on the reports that are provided.
$400,000 difference.
They're the clear outlier.
He just didn't want to do it. If he did get it, he was going to make some money.
That's it, okay. Motion to approve?
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second for approval?
Second.
Motion and second to approve as submitted. And recommended low bidder. All in favor by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. 5-0, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is state surplus property, St. Paul's Church Road.
Good afternoon, Todd Moser, Real Property Administrator, Division of Engineering. Arrived at a consensus to decline acquisition of state surplus property. The state of Maryland has declared a property in Washington County to be surplus property. The property consisting of 0.688 acres is located along the west side of St. Paul's Church Road, south of Pebble Lane, approximately 1 mile north of US 40 in Clear Spring. The adjoining property owner is requested to purchase the surplus property, and the state intends to convey the property to the adjoining property owner by sealed bid. In accordance with Maryland Department of Transportation Policy and Procedures, the state has offered the county first right of refusal. The county would be required to pay a market value determined by the state for the property. County staff has reviewed the property and determined the property would serve no immediate or future use to the county. Any questions?
Consensus or a motion here for this one? Motion, okay.
It says arrive at a consensus.
Usually on these, we arrive at a consensus.
Okay, I'm okay with it.
Consensus, everybody okay?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Okay, contract award PUR 1668, investment services for the defined benefits retirement plan for the employees of Washington County and the length of service awards program, LoSAP, for the Washington County Emergency Services.
Good afternoon, Rick Curry, Director of Purchasing.
Alton Fryer, Senior Consultant, Bolton Investment.
Subject before you is contract award PUR 1668, investment services for the defined benefits retirement plan for the employees of Washington County and the length of service award program for Washington County Emergency Services volunteers. The recommended motion is to award the contract to the responsible proposer, Marquette Associates Incorporated of Chicago, Illinois, with the lowest fee schedule, as indicated, and based on a 10.5 basis point on assets of $233.4 million for the annual lump sum contract price of $245,070, totaling $1,225,350 over 5 years. This is a one-year contract with 4 options for the county to renew. The RFP was advertised as by law in the local newspaper on the various websites. You can see the number of individuals who download the document. Those who served on the coordinating committee, Mr. Bowden was a facilitator for the committee. The committee not only considered the firm's fee proposal, but also qualification, experience, investment philosophy, past experience, and responsiveness to the RFP. We received 4 RFPs. 3 were deemed non-responsive. There's a reason as to why they were non-responsive in the RFP. As far as the fiscal impact, these are supported by the fund's return on investment. Concurrence is by the coordinating committee. And attachments you have a scope of work and the price from Marquette. Any questions?
Comments?
Move to approve.
We have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
Okay, ready to vote? Motion is second to approve as submitted. All in favor by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Thank you. Next item, intergovernmental cooperative purchase, 24-0139, personal protective equipment, PPE, for Division of Emergency Services.
Again, Rick Curry, Director of Purchasing.
David Hayes, Director of Emergency Services, standing in for Eric Jacobs, Operation.
Subject before you is intergovernment cooperative purchase, INTG 24-0139. Personal protective equipment for the Division of Emergency Services. Move to authorize by resolution for the approval of the purchase of 26 sets of personal protective equipment, which consists of coats and pants for the Division of Emergency Services from Municipal Emergency Services of Rockville, Maryland, at a contracted unit price based on a contract that was awarded by Fairfax County, Virginia, contract number 4400010661. There will be 13 Honeywell coats with zipper closures at a price of $2,462.71 piece, totaling $32,015.23, and will also be 13 tailcoats for a total of $21,133.32, for a total purchase price of $53,148.55. Code of Public Law does allow for this board to participate in a contract for services and goods when it was determined that participation would result in a savings. And there is a savings because we will not have to do a solicitation due to the evaluation. Also, I have a typo here. It's on the fiscal impact. It says fiscal year 2022. It should be fiscal year 2024 for the operating budget. Any questions?
Motion to approve.
Second, yeah.
We have a motion and a second to approve as submitted. All in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you. Next item is contract award PUR 1664, landfill inspection services requirement contract.
Again, Rick Curry, Director of Purchasing.
Dave Mason, Deputy Director.
Subject before you is contract award PUR 1664, landfill inspection service requirement contract. Move toward a contract for landfill inspection services to the responsible proposer, BAI Group LLC of State College, Pennsylvania, who's also the incumbent, with the lowest price proposal amount of $355,700 based on the estimated annual quantities and unit costs contained in this proposal, with utilizing inspectors on an as-needed basis with no guarantee of a minimum maximum number of hours for testing procedures. Also contingent upon the approval of the county attorney's office, and also need to extend the current contract with BIA. The ARF has 60 days, but we've talked to the contractor, and they're asking that we extend this present contract for 90 days so they can conclude the work of capping the rubble landfill. The service under this contract will consist of providing inspection service for landfill-related construction projects throughout the county, such as sanitary landfill floor construction, landfill capping, leachate collection system, leachate storage tanks, gas collection systems, sediment basins, leachate collections, pump station construction, and so forth. This is a requirements contract. Inspectors will be utilized on an as-needed basis with no guarantee of minimum or maximum number of hours for testing procedures. The duration of the contract is 1 year with an option for 4 one-year renewals. Also, the city individual is serving on the coordinating committee, and that we had to advertise by law in the local newspaper and on the various websites. Are there any questions?
So the proposed amount is $355, and you have $169,000 budgeted.
He may not never use any of the services as needed.
Okay.
We have one project in the queue right now for the next sale to be done before that, so that's the.
There's plenty of money then, okay. There appears to be plenty of money for that project, as budgeted.
Okay, we have a motion.
Motion approved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you.
Brandy.
Next item is contract renewal, PUR 1544, trash removal services at county facilities. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Brandy Nagelmeyer in the Purchasing Department.
Danny Hickson, Deputy Director of Buildings, Grounds, Facilities.
The first recommendation I have for you this afternoon is the contract renewal for PUR 1544, trash removal services for county facilities. Move to renew the contract for trash removal services at county facilities with Republic Services out of Hagerstown, Maryland, per their letter dated March 26, 2024. Republic Services is requesting a 5.3% increase above their current rates. This increase is based on the CPI for water, sewer, and trash. On May 17, 2022, the board originally awarded the contract for these services to Republic Services for a total amount of $67,698.60. The term of the contract was for a period of 1 year. It commenced on July 1st, 2022, with the option for the county to renew up to 4 consecutive one-year terms. This is the second out of 4 one-year renewals. Funding is available for these services for the additional amounts as indicated.
Approve.
Second.
Okay. Motion is second to approve as submitted. All in favor by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you. Next item is bid award PUR 1678 to 2024 or newer Ford Police Interceptors, utility, all-wheel drive vehicles for the sheriff's office.
Randy Nagelmeyer in the purchasing department.
Brian Albert, Washington County Sheriff.
The next recommendation is the bid award POR 1678 to 2024 or newer police interceptor utility all-wheel drive vehicles for the Sheriff's Department. Move to award the procurement for the 2 all-wheel drive vehicles for the Sheriff's Department to the lowest responsible bidder, RGH Automotive LLC out of New Holland, PA, for the amount of $44,596 per vehicle for a total sum of $89,192. On March 27th, 2024, the county received 2 bids for the 2 police vehicles. The invitation to bid was listed in the local newspaper on the eMaryland Marketplace Advantage website and the county's website. 12 companies downloaded the document and 2 bids were received. The vehicles will replace 2 vehicles that are per the county's replacement criteria and will be advertised and sold on GovDeals site. Funding in the amount of $886,966.26 is budgeted in the CIP account for this purchase.
Motion to approve.
Motion and second to approve is submitted. All in favor by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Sheriff, do they come with plug-in features? Just kidding.
No.
Just kidding.
I do want to recognize Brandy's team. I know we're running behind, but by getting this out and this bid out and awarded, we saved about $11,000 per vehicle by making this happen this quick. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Hey, Sheriff, before
Yes.
you leave, funds in the amount of $886,000 was budgeted. What remains? Do we know? Like, we've probably made a couple purchases out of this fund over the last couple months.
That was the remaining at the time in this account.
Okay. So
And we'll subtract the $89,000
Yes.
out of this.
could we get an update on what that number might be? And are you anticipating more purchases in this
Yeah.
fiscal year for what might?
I'm not
Or-
sure this fiscal year if we'll have more purchases. Also, that comes out of that is our vehicle rigging with the lights and.
And you do a lot of that yourself in-house?
Yeah, we do that ourselves, but the equipment's about 30% of a vehicle cost. So, you're looking at about 15 to 17,000 to rig one with equipment, and that's out for bid currently. We just had an opening yesterday, or the bid went out yesterday for that equipment.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Sheriff. Sole Source Procurement Award, PUR 1667, for Horizon Goodwill Industries Youth Homelessness Program in Washington County, Maryland.
Randy Nagelmeyer in the purchasing department.
Nicole Phillips, Senior Grant Manager, Office of Grant Management.
The last recommendation I have for you this afternoon is the Sole Source Procurement Award for PUR 1667 for Horizon Goodwill Industries Youth Homelessness Program in Washington County. Move to approve a sole source procurement to Horizon Goodwill Industries in the amount of $50,000 for enhancement to existing services offered for homeless youth. This is contingent upon the approval and funding awarded by the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention, Youth and Victim Services, and as approved by the Washington County Local Management Board in its meeting that took place Friday, January 19, 2024. The purpose of this service is to fulfill the requirements contained in the Community Partnership Agreement to be entered into and dated on or about July 1st, 2024, by and between the Board of County Commissioners of Washington County and the State of Maryland, acting through the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention and Youth Victim Services. In turn, is acting through the Washington County Office of Grant Management. The contract is for a 1-year period, commencing on July 1st, 2024, and ending June 30th, 2025. The Office of Grant Management wishes to apply Section 1 through 106.2A and 1 of the Code of Local Public Laws of Washington County to this procurement. This section states that sole source procurements are authorized and permissible when only one source exists that meets the requirements of the county. This request requires 4 out of 5 commissioners' approval to proceed. Funding is allocated. No county funds are required.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve as submitted. All in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. 5-0. Thank you. Next item is jail-based medication-assisted treatment, or better known as MAT, program approval to submit application and accept funding as awarded.
Hello, Nicole Phillips, Senior Grant Manager, Office of Grant Management.
Hi, Megan Willis, Director of the Day Reporting Center.
The Washington County Detention Center is requesting approval to submit an application to the Governor's Office for Crime Prevention, Youth, and Victim Services, requesting $399,851 in funding to support the jail-based medication assistant treatment program and accept any awarded funding. The MAP program serves individuals incarcerated at the Washington County Detention Center diagnosed with an opioid use disorder and provides them with medication-assisted treatment, addictions counseling, peer recovery services, and a referral to a local treatment agency at the time of release. Funding provided within this project will be used for medications, pill crusher, medication cart, rapid drug testing cups, a medication safe, and contractual medical staff. Are there any questions?
Motion?
Motion to approve.
Have a second? Second. Okay, motion and second to approve is submitted. All in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. 5-0. Thank you. Okay. Next up is proclamation for Fair Housing Month.
April is recognized as Fair Housing Month. The Fair Housing Act of 1968 sought to eliminate discrimination and housing opportunities for all Americans. Annually, the County Commissioners present the Fair Housing Proclamation to organizations in the community who provide housing services. Here today, we have Mr. Timothy Fisher, the CEO, and Teresa Searcy, CCO of the Washington County Community Action Council, to accept this award.
Very good.
Proclamation.
Comments? Tim?
It's just a pleasure to work with the county. Thank you guys for this proclamation. And we're just honored to be here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Make the presentation as customary over here at the flags, and then we'll do pictures. See it. This is perfect right here.
I'll get up on my tiptoes.
We're informal here. So this is Fair Housing Month, April 2024, whereas April 2024 marks the 56th anniversary of the passage of Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, commonly known as the Federal Fair Housing Act. And whereas the Fair Housing Act emphasizes a national policy of fair housing designed to protect Americans from discrimination in the sale, rental, and financing of housing based on color, race, sex, national origin, disability, family status, and religion. And whereas equal housing is an important component of family and community health and stability. And whereas housing choice impacts our children's access to education, our ability to seek and retain employment options, the cultural benefits we enjoy, the extent of our exposure to crime and drugs, and the quality of health care we receive in emergencies. And whereas the laws of this nation and our state seek to ensure such equality of choice for all transactions involving housing. And whereas ongoing education, outreach, and monitoring are key to rising awareness of fair housing principles, practices, rights, and responsibilities. Now therefore, we, the Board of County Commissioners of Washington County, Maryland, do hereby recognize April as Fair Housing Month, presented this 9th day of April 2024. Yep, there you go. Up here in the middle, and everybody will come out. Good, how are you? Good, good.
It's different. You guys are, I need to get up.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Harvey told me I looked like the bum on you.
He's lost so much weight. I mean,
He looks great.
I look for your contribution.
Thank you guys so much.
I need to know your secret there, Jeff.
Eat better. Eat lots of pork chili.
Okay, next item is potential dissolution of the Agricultural Marketing Advisory Committee.
Thank you. Michelle Gordon, County Administrator. The Agricultural Marketing Advisory Committee was formed to provide recommendations regarding the marketing and economic development of Washington County's agricultural industry and related businesses. This committee serves in an advisory capacity only. The committee has no decision-making authority. It is comprised of 10 voting members and 3 non-voting ex officio members on the committee. An annual meeting of the committee shall be held each year in May, and regular meetings are to be held throughout the year according to a schedule that is set annually. All meetings are supposed to be open to the public. The most recent version of the Agricultural Marketing Advisory Committee bylaws occurred on March 25, 2008. The committee has been established by the Board of County Commissioners. Article 7 identifies that the bylaws may be amended, repealed, modified, or altered in whole or in part by a majority vote of a duly organized meeting of the committee, subject to the approval of the Board of County Commissioners. This committee has not held a meeting since 2020. The committee has had no active members since 2020, and all member terms were expired as of September 30th, 2020. We currently have a county staff position dedicated to marketing of the agricultural community, and this board can be reconstituted if ever needed. I would recommend dissolving it at this time.
Any
Or decommissioning it, I'm sorry.
Any discussion? Motion?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know it existed, actually.
They haven't functioned for almost 4 years.
He
Motion.
hasn't done anything, so.
Motion.
I think we have a motion second, right?
I spoke to some members who were on it, and they said they haven't met, they haven't done anything, so.
It's obviously not relevant, they haven't met in 4
We
years.
have a marketing specialist, so it can be reconstituted at any given time, so
Yeah.
we're fine with keeping that.
Okay, all in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you.
Motion to go into closed session?
Not yet. Maryland annotated,
We pulled that off earlier.
oh, okay, I'm sorry, we did. Okay, now we can go.
Motion to go into closed session.
Okay. Quick recess before we go into closed session.
See you in about an hour.
Stretch your legs.